Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C, Pattern of Conduct, real-time documentation of the state of California's criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California in violation of existing federal law, that is 18 U.S.C. section 2261A, subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is ongoing documentation that is specifically gathered following my release from kidnapping by this entity that was ceaselessly monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. and in violation of Title 15 and in violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, as I was subject to the same exact criminal pattern of conduct while kidnapped by this entity seeking to conceal this criminal system that I am documenting and publishing and exposing on the venue of the internet, where I am also subject to the criminal pattern of conduct, and understand that kidnapping is the pattern of conduct that is criminal obstruction of justice, as the entity seeks to avoid prosecution and to avoid documentation and exposure for engaging in this criminal system. The people of the state are the vicarious aspect of the entity. They are engaging in federal stalking as I am kidnapped by the state inside of the state facilities, all right? And they are fully engaging in kidnapping upon criminal summoning. So this is the this is the entity from beginning to the end engaging in the criminal acts of the federal stalking and the acts of criminal obstruction of justice. This is also documentation on the venue of the internet engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct via obstruction of justice, and this is in any way reducing or removing the ability to publish the ongoing documentation of the state's criminal pattern of conduct, which is waging an ongoing threat to my life as I remain subject to this criminal system. And this is the criminal pattern of conduct on the venue of the internet, okay? And that is the totality of what I have documented since release. I was kidnapped from June 18, 2021 from third-party facilitating venue of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the Ontario Police Department were monitoring, and this in conformity to the ongoing wealth of documentation that I have already published, specifically revealing the Ontario Police Department engaging in monitoring and kidnapping, which was via the assertion of a fictitious warrant pursuant to a fictitious prosecution. That is the people of the state of California v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. I was subject to kidnapping pursuant to this fictitious prosecution, documentation on the facility cameras everywhere that I was inside of the facility of West Valley, located at 9700 Etiwana Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, located at 8303 Haven Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, and I was subject to federal stalking ceaselessly at the jail, at the courthouse, in the courtrooms, okay? The same exact pattern of conduct ceaselessly underway. The kidnapping serves obstruction of justice, and that this is kidnapping that I endured from June 18th, 2021 up until August 16th, 2021. This is the P.O.C. Seconds later, here's another one, flying over the same position. That's the state flying over again. The same exact position, okay? The state's not going anywhere. These planes are literally hovering over the museum, just flying one after another, playing this tape on repeat, okay? 6:17 a.m. now. P.O.C. That's plane number 4. Understand, the people of the state of California are equally demon-possessed. This is exactly what they do inside, and they're all doing it together. They're sitting around hitting on desks and pacing back and forth. They're making noise pursuant to everything that you're doing. This is what the state is doing outside in airplanes, right? This is demon possession on an astronomical level by a government. It's 6:18 a.m. That is another plane. The state digresses as I start recording, as it begins to quote unquote take off. It's 6:24 a.m. The state is engaging in pacing back and forth. This is demon possession by a public entity that I'm revealing while federal stalking is underway. But understand, I am revealing what is demon possession by a government, the state of California. That's P.O.C. 6:25 a.m. Not taking off, flying at a low elevation in a straight line, and took pictures of that. That's the state playing a tape of the sound of a plane that's taking off because it's creating audible activity while they are stalking in relevant position, monitoring with the people of the state. It is 6:26. $6:34 a.m. Understand this is the same entity utilizing Union Pacific on Amtrak train tracks to engage in the same stalking and maintenance of audible activity. 6:43 a.m. That's called stalking with activity as I'm pressing buttons on my phone. That's what Omnitrans does with its bus, for example. This is how this is how the entity appropriates demonic activity. It's just another method of noise with simultaneity to what I'm doing. That is Union Pacific engaging in terrorism. That is a tape of a sound of train activity that's amplified. The sound is centered around me, like I'm sitting in front of a train track. That's demonic. Remember, the state was doing the same thing while I'm sitting in a jail cell kidnapped, playing a tape of the sound of helicopters and sirens and loud trucks and cars on the road, which you cannot hear inside of the jail. That is what the state is doing. It is demonic.
This is the psychopath I'm documenting. And the state is playing the sound of a tape of planes as it's hovering over the museum. The state is playing a tape of the sound of a train because train tracks are right here, and then turning up the volume. It's not the actual volume. It's not even actually the train. It's not that loud. It's P.O.C. It's demonic activity, what I'm documenting. And that's terrorism. That is terrorism by psychopaths using commercial brands with which that will be associated. They're going to be prosecuted and associated with engaging in terrorism of American citizens. And that's the reality of those companies. It is 6:47 a.m. and that's P.O.C. It's not different. Understand, that's a different method. The same psychopath is stalking using plane, going to another method, which is the train. P.O.C. $6:53 a.m. Amplifying the sound of traffic too. $6:56 a.m. So let me speak to what the layering of audible activity is as this plane is already hovering and preparing to fly over the building, and then play the tape of the sound of a plane. The state is creating audible activity sounding like an extraordinarily loud vehicle. All right. It literally sounds like the demon-possessed stalker that is providing the forum for that. It's on a microphone. It's as loud competing with what is the sound of the tape of a train. That's how loud that traffic is. And then the plane flies over, okay, which is audible activity. That's called layering of activity. All right, so you're just paying attention to what the state does with light, what the state does with audible activity, because that's what it is. And the state is engaging in illusions with both of them. And this is demonic. And you're paying attention to the details of how the state engages in what is maintenance of light, maintenance of noise, as it is engaging in what is demented conduct of stalking with the people, and doing so pursuant to what is federal stalking, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261, A, subsections 1 and 2. 6:57 a.m. 6:59 a.m. That's the same use of a bell when there's no train stop there. This is noise, okay? State's just making noise. In the same way that I showed you what was flashing light next to me at the museum on the wall on the north side, and you saw what was the train in motion, and you saw what was That's what Satan does, that when he doesn't want me to make a point. But I've already established this. I'm just pointing out what you're listening to, what you're looking at. This is demented. This is a psychopath, a stalker that is unintelligent and unsophisticated. In the same way that I showed you the video of the flashing white light that was on this wall at the north side of the museum, right next to me, and I showed you what was across the way. And that's a distance. Walking to Emporia, that's a distance, all right? And that's what you're also remembering when you're hearing this loud volume of the train. That's as loud as when I'm standing next to it at the train tracks. The same exact volume level, all right? Oh, and then remember the train activity at 630 North Fern, at Vine and G Street. The state is flickering street lamps right now. This is demonic in light activity. So in the same way that you saw that white light that I showed you in video, while the train was in motion, you see a train moving. You see train cars in motion. You see what are building lights or light that is around the train. And you see next to me, right next to me, is flashing white light that is moving. Okay? In no way related. Okay? You see light over there. So the state creates flashing light over here, and you make the correlation. And the state is expecting you to make that correlation. Oh, that light over there is aiming light at that sharp angle right next to me, in the same way that the state aims directed light onto a window, and it is at a sharp angle to reach across a large street, precisely to create light around my person to form my shadow on the sidewalk. All right, and so in the same way that the state is engaging in what is literally just trying to connect that which is not connected. Literally looking at everything that's around you and then using it as what is the guise, and it is not a guise. Okay, so because there's a train track, because you see a train, the state uses the sound of, and that's the demonic aspect, amplifying everything. All right, that's demonic. All right, the state is making everything loud. So because there's a train here, the state is amplifying the sound of a train to where you have what is also the presence of light. So the state, because there's a train there and there's light and their cars are moving, so we're gonna put moving light on the wall. The light is not moving. The train is moving. The light is stationary, and moreover, that light is not reaching across that distance right next to me and moving perpetually and flashing on the wall. That is what you are paying attention to. You're breaking down what the state is doing in the entirety of the environment. All right. That is the same logic for every method that the state engages in. Okay, it is 7:02 a.m. and that's Union Pacific engaging in the same exact conduct. All right, understand the state is stalking in airplanes while that method of noise is being used. Just like I showed you the demon-possessed stalker that drove past me in a motorcycle that was amplified while the state sped above me in an airplane. That was the audible activity. Concentrated on where I'm at. That's what the state is doing with Union Pacific right now. Okay? That's P.O.C, the same exact entity monitoring through a different method. 7:03 a.m. (7:07 a.m.) That's plane activity and no plane. So they're playing the tape without hovering over the museum. Okay, same exact tape. All right, no plane. It is 7:07 a.m. All right, that is the state lowering the volume of the sound of its tape. All right, no visible plane. And it's 7:12 a.m. and understand the state is patrolling. This is repeatedly crossing path that is pacing above me, an airplane in its directed light under the fake sun, which is beginning right here at the museum and not at 1405 East 4th Street at Days Inn, in perfect alignment with me at room 103, such that even light, directed light, is inside of that room. All right, aligned to the door. Okay. It's not starting there, it's starting here, because that's where I'm at, which is also where the state is stalking and pacing around in airplanes. Okay, 7:12 a.m. P.O.C. Remember, 7:43 a.m. That's when I'm capturing the state's fake sun in its zenith, right in perfect alignment with me at 1405 East 4th Street, room 103. All right, but I've captured day in and day out. It's 7:13 a.m. right now. The state's fake sun's not going anywhere. It's remaining perfectly aligned to me over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Okay, that's P.O.C. And so is this. They're patrolling under their fake sun. This is demonic conduct. This is the demonstration of a public entity engaging in demonic activity. That is terrorism by a government. "7:14 a.m. P.O.C. All right, the minions are sounding their sirens. And that is the sound of a plane. That's the loud engine. Right? It's just another tape. It's a remix of the same audible activity. Under the same fake sun. The state is layering audible noise. So minions are sounding sirens, which I'm hearing way over here. Understand what the state is doing with sound. The sound is actually surrounding me at the north side of the museum, as opposed to what you hear, and you know you're perceiving it from a distance. What the state is doing with noise is targeted, right? And you can perceive the difference of what is sound that is originating around you at a low volume, at a high volume, versus sound that you're hearing at a distance. And the state is engaging in turning up the volume of that noise. While minions cross path in emergency vehicles, they're going to be prosecuted for that. And federal law is going to address that. This is how government is monitoring. That is demon possession in an emergency vehicle. Amplified audible activity, crossing a path using the vehicle as light activity, 7:16 a.m. on the traffic cameras at Euclid and Holt Boulevard. That is federal stalking and demonic activity by a public entity and criminal facilitation of federal stalking. All right, driving under the exact same fake sun. That is not over 1405 East 4th Street. And it is not rising over the Ontario side of the Ontario Over Family Community Library, as I demonstrated. It was present there at the same time as well. It is not rising over 706 West Hall, as I demonstrated. It was present there. All right, it's right here at the museum, where they're using those emergency vehicles to cross paths as they are engaging in federal stalking and demonic activity. As they are engaging in the elements, it is the outward demonstration of demon possession. In other words, the unlawful threat with the intent to terrorize by a public entity that is engaging in federal stalking. All right? That is 7:17 a.m. P.O.C. Maintaining a beeping noise. It is centered in sound right over here at the museum. It's the variation of a car alarm, which they're maintaining over here, right where I'm at. And then you're hearing sirens. Understand that's the same creation of audible activity. The entity is maintaining noise. And as they engage in that demented conduct, that's called terrorism. It is 7:19 a.m. It is 7:23 a.m. $7:27 a.m. All right, 7:31 a.m. And being camera shy, the entity knows I'm taking pictures of it, so now hiding while engaging in the same exact creation of audible activity. And that is hiding because they're flying in the exact same line and have been. I'm just taking pictures of it today. Now all of a sudden I can't see them anymore to take pictures. So it's 7:31 a.m. but maintaining the same audible activity. It is P.O.C. 7:37 a.m. Seven 39 a.m. All right, playing their remix tape on repeat as opposed to the tape where you're hearing a takeoff. This is an ongoing loud motor as they are patrolling over me at the museum and hiding from my camera. Okay, it's P.O.C. and understand patrolling conduct. That's called maintenance of presence by the demon possessed. That is an ongoing indication of demon possession by a public entity. That's an unlawful that's an unlawful threat with the intent to terrorize, while a public entity is outwardly demonstrating demon possession as they're engaging in stalking, group stalking, and doing so in the incredible method of airplanes and helicopters. Okay, it is 7:41 a.m. and that's what I'm speaking to. 7:37, 7:39, 7:40. Repeating the time. The state is repeatedly flying over. All right, and it is doing the exact same thing. Audible activity, relevant positioning, and the people are monitoring to that. Okay, the state's not going anywhere. It's literally flying in a circle, just flying over and over and over and over again. All right, that is the psychopath. That is what demon possession is, by the way, revealing it. It's revealing what is a psychopath. And that is a psychopath that is used to, accustomed to, and nobody knowing that they're demon possessed. That's a psychopath, okay? And so anyway, it's 7:42 a.m. and that is P.O.C. And my point, what I wanted to make is, with regard to the people, first of all, the people are in relevant position monitoring. The same psychopaths are maintaining presence in relevant position. And what I'm documenting, for example, when I'm taking pictures of what are not only relevant positioning, because you're in relevant position, you're monitoring, you're in the same demonic environment, you are demon possessed, and that it is exactly that direct with regard to the system as it is in operation, and the ongoing information that you are informed with in that environment that is speaking to the demonic environment, is speaking directly to the demonic possession, okay? And there's no separation from that. It is that direct, okay? You're under what is not the sun. That's a fake sun. That's a light source. That is demon possession, all right? And that is speaking to that. And not only that, it's their demonic behavioral patterns. So when I'm inside of a venue, for example, and I'm taking pictures of what are third-party group stalkers, that's the legal term. Understand, this is the demon possessed who are engaging in terrorism as they're stalking together as a pack. All right, it's demonic activity that I'm capturing. As I take images of third parties, they are doing the exact same thing. And so when I'm outside, the state is engaging in stalking, maintaining noise outside, and doing it in airplanes, and doing it with trains, and applying literally a microphone to all manner of any kind of noise, sirens, car alarms, beeping, just random noise. You're outside, all right? The people are doing the exact same thing. It is the exact same demon possession, that demonic condition amongst those who are inside of a building, and they are pacing back and forth on foot. They are maintaining noise, opening and closing doors, using their voices, engaging in hitting surfaces, which also the state is aiming its directed light in the same way that you're hearing now, okay? That's P.O.C. And Satan always gets louder. Pay attention to my documentation as I'm speaking to the reality of demonic possession. Understand, this is a personification of Satan himself as he is communicating while engaging in the elements, communicating hostility while engaging in the elements. That's demonic, what you're listening to. The entity is listening to me expose the reality of its condition, which is demonic possession, psychopaths, all right? Sitting around stalking one person together. They are headed straight for Hades. But in the meantime, in reality, in the natural, because this is what this is, you're capturing what is satanic conduct amongst the people and amongst the government. Train starts sounding, plane gets louder, all right? They're listening to me expose their demonic condition. This is what the people are doing inside of the venues, inside of any location where I'm at. the same exact demonic conduct, all right? They're just not flying an airplane inside of a building. They're walking on foot, pacing back and forth. And making noise while doing so, making as much noise as they possibly can, and doing so uncharacteristically. For example, inside of the library, it is not quiet in that library. Those are demons that are maintaining noise, and they're doing it on camera. All right, and that is a method, that is a mode, a very central mode, by the way, of documentation, where the pattern of conduct of federal stalking by government is established. Everywhere that the targeted individual goes, this is a massive source of documentation. Because you're not only going to use it to document and prosecute, you're also going to use it to understand what the people are doing and how demonic activity works. Because at the core of it, that's what it is. And this is how public corruption is hiding in plain sight. It's demonic activity, right? It's 7:46 a.m. and that's P.O.C. All right, Omnitrans, bus number 2345, and license plate 92172U2. These group stalkers are in position in perfect alignment as I'm exiting what is the 150 East Hope Boulevard. That is group stalking, and understand it's maintenance in the path. The state is controlling the traffic lights, and you also have what is down this alley at the construction side of what is, I believe that's 200 North Euclid. They're engaging in maintenance of presence in perfect alignment in that alleyway, crossing path, using construction vehicles. A group stalker is walking down that alley now. This is maintenance of presence, okay? And so I'm just documenting as I exit that state facilitating venue. It's just an ongoing documentation. And what I also want to speak to is what I captured on video. The state engaged in the, let me get this license, 7F87268. And 6EKD42027789W2. What you see in video is the ongoing engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring, and this is demonic activity as the state is practicing it together with the people. You have what is 8VYK585. You have what is the absence, all right? And by absence, I mean the state is covering it up. The state's light source remains present, all right? 8GWC282. And what you see is, contrary to what the state was doing at the museum before I spoke to it, and it doesn't change, it's documented fact that remains relevant and is speaking to an ongoing system that doesn't stop because the state covers up its fake sun that remains over my head even while it's covered up, all right? And also directed light remains present even while the state is covering up its light source, which remains central over my head. What you'll see in the tape, I'm sorry, in the video, well, we can run the tape, we're going to be running that tape in court, but the video that I captured as I'm walking, this is the maintenance of noise via airplane, and you're comparing that to the maintenance of noise via what is traffic, and chiefly that John Deere construction vehicle that City of Ontario used yesterday. All right, it's the same exact conduct. You're looking at the different methods as they're engaging in the same exact conduct. And I want to point out, contrary to what the state was doing at the museum, the state was engaging in rising its fake sun, and I put that in air quotes, and more precisely, it is the state was covering the trees, covering the ground space with its directed light, and its light source was visibly seen, as traces of it were visible while I was narrating the P.O.C. and the state was patrolling via airplanes, okay? As I get up from the museum and as I'm walking, what you'll see in the video that I captured, the absence of that light source. All right, light activity remains, though. The people are maintaining presence using their vehicles as light activity. 2476X is a government vehicle. All right, the same one as the federal security, police, government, Department of Home Security that I captured yesterday, same license plate. That's a state actor. License 40246C3. Group stalking driving in that alley, all right? Group stalkers are honking their horns when I'm not in their line of traffic. That's audible activity. Understand, even if I'm standing in front of their car, they are engaging in federal stalking. It is engagement in the elements, all right? 6RHR990, 8COE527, 6PO1432. License plate 6BHL543. 4VZG512, 8GYU826, 6SRK 616, 8RHB343, 8TAM642. And the state's fake sun, like I said, is not going anywhere. It's right here over me. LUNA, heart, a character of a heart, X2. That's an old biddy that is demon possessed. She's about a block and a half away from death. And she's serving Satan while she's still breathing. And she's being documented. She's a group stalker, demon possessed. License plate 8PGN526. It is currently
8, sorry. Current time is 8:27 a.m. Alrighty. Covenant Transport Inc. U.S.273-818. Using that vehicle as a means of audible activity and crossing path in the state's directed light. Edison, engaging in federal stalking. And they also do so controlling the environments inside of private spaces, cutting off electricity. All right. Document inside of Woodside Senior Apartments, document inside of Economy Inn. And actors do so inside of state facilitating venues such as the Ontario Over Family Community Library. License plate 7V. I can't really see that one. License plate. It is 8:28 a.m. right now, and I'm walking what is east on Holt Boulevard, and the state's light source is right over my head. All right, and you have the same pattern, maintaining presence. All right, I just captured video of what is the people engaging in terrorism stalking together. That's what the state is doing everywhere you're going. And that is a third-party group stalker maintaining presence on the path, perfect alignment with me on the sidewalk. And as I point out in that video, that's exactly what City of Ontario did yesterday, using its peculiarized light, the people's method of stalking with light. It's the state's also, because the state uses street lamps, the state uses building lamps, uses signage in order to create light activity, like I was documenting in real time inside of the parking lot of Ontario Over Family Community Library. Absolutely demonic, all right? License 7X84199, I believe, substantially similar. It is 8:30 a.m. 8 NEW 284. And so I did capture that on video. It's an ongoing demonstration of what is demonic activity. And the demon-possessed, I want to be clear, what we do, and especially as Americans under a constitutional construct, by the way, we separate what we're looking at as far as people are concerned. And that is based on, we're individuals, we have individual rights, the laws treat us, and you're treated under the law equally, equal treatment under the law based on, objective facts. That's how you're prosecuted in a criminal court. But understand what this is speaking to. Those same principles apply. But you are speaking about that which is corruption by a government, and not just the corruption by a government like they're engaging in white-collar crime. This is demonic activity. And so understand, in that regard, this is they are exploiting those assumptions that we have as ordinary people. And I'm going to elaborate on that in a second. Let me get these demon-possessed stalkers. 8T12581, 8PCT845. And that's plain activity while Puritan Bakery is stalking in the path. At Andy's Burgers, third-party facilitating venue, Andy's Burgers. All right, I capture video so you can get, as I'm reciting their name, I am literally showing you what is demonic activity.
and replete with the fake sun, which is piercing over the edge of Andy's Burgers on the backside. 63005Z2, that's letting you know what these demons are doing in the drive-thru, okay? Because that's not the sun. It is AT12581, demon-possessed stalker, okay? Engaging in terrorism. The same entity that hit me with their car. Yeah, that is license plate 8VKT546. That demon-possessed stalker is a sex offender. All right, and is the same entity that hit me with a vehicle while they're engaging in federal stalking with the government. That same one over here rolling beside me, RO1380, stops in front of Brian's Automotive while I'm getting drive-through vehicles. 7DHD001, these are demons. Puritan Bakery, license plate 25808B1. Group stalking using a commercial brand under the same exact fake sun. Puritan Bakery, California 80047. License plate 50669Y2. And I believe I read this one. I'm reading it. 63005Z2. All right, that is P.O.C. All right, just messing with the truck that's making noise. It's the same thing that group stalkers do, for example, inside of the venue while they're walking around you, using their voice to make noise. Anything, using in a grocery store, using the PA system to make noise while you're standing in line. All right, engaging in literally yelling for no. They are engaging in a combination of noise and relevant positioning. Relevant positioning is crossing the path. All right, while they're walking past you, while they're sitting or standing around you, and that's exactly what the state is doing on a whole other level with airplanes. Okay, it's demonic activity. So, like I said, when you are exploiting that which is what we assume. With regard to fair treatment of the law, and especially in the United States under a constitutional construct, all right, which is a fallacy because the government is revealing the reality of its condition, all right, having nothing to do with believing in that you are made as an individual with God-given liberty, not delegated to you by any man. Understand this open demonstration of demon possession is in direct contrast with that, and this is not City of Ontario, for example, the municipality, a state actor engaging in federal stalking, yet again under the fake sun in the drive-thru of Andy's Burgers. APCT 845 and City of Ontario vehicle number 4194. It's not just that. It is the government that is operating this system with which the City of Ontario is fully engaging in, all right? And that is the demon possession going in reverse in the drive-thru. This demon has issued 1515405. All right, 8FFM094. And understand that demon that is operating over that driver of that City of Ontario vehicle is nothing but hostile, all right? I'm capturing what is hostility by demons that are animating the people of the state of California. This is demon possession. So you're dealing with that which you can't see that's operating over them. And this is also the inspiration for what is obsession and stalking of someone that they don't personally know. But understand that demon possession is very familiar with the one that they're stalking. All right. So anyway, like I said, 7VYN12100262B2. This is why you have a group stalker inside of the venue stating that her name is Erica. Group stalkers do that very, very often. Very often. All right. And remember, Erica's mom works at Andy's Burgers. Erica and her mom work together at Andy's Burgers. We got her name. And if that indeed is her name, we'll go ahead and capture that. But group stalkers very often do that, calling themselves the same name as me. All right, while they're engaging the P.O.C. 8NEW284. (00262B2). It is 8:36 a.m. All right, this is terrorism as clearly documented not only by Andy's Burgers as they opened up their mouths. I mean, idiots. That's the downfall of monitoring with the people. They're not intelligent. You have demon possession, first of all, like I said, it's amongst the willing, not amongst the advanced whatsoever or sophisticated or not whatsoever. And I don't care what degree you have. The very officers of the court, all right, confounded by documentation. All right, it is, let me get these license plates over here, because I'm going to speak to what is the reality of demonic possession and the exploitation, the state is engaging in, group stalkers on transit, as I already told, Central ICE, sitting in the parking lot. I'm gonna get his license plate. He gets out of his car as I enter inside of the driveway. 8F98499. He could sit in his car looking like a stalker. He can get out of his car looking like a stalker. You equally look like a stalker under the fake sun. They are in an entirely abnormal environment. And this is Satan that has zero form whatsoever. Entering inside of the venue right now. 7GQP502. 8WXX003. 7KUD373. All right, and group stalking on the side of transit. 8, that's audible activity. That's stalking with activity. 8WBX172. 7VAZ118. Let me get them. 22038A2. Okay. And Puritan Bakery. Let me handle this real quick. All right, I'm going to use the very commercial vehicle itself as that image indicating its engagement in federal stalking and terrorism instead of looking them up and getting their information on offline. I'm going to use that very proof of their engagement in it as their image as I publish their criminal activity on the internet. License plate 7ERX647. It's 8:39 a.m. License plate 7SRD738, paper plate BE19L71, paper plate 18518G3. And I want to be clear, the management of B&G Plaza, they're present, and understand also that criminal act of assault and battery with a deadly weapon and battery hitting me with a car while federal stalking is underway, which is attributed to this entire venue, let alone the entity. Understand that's captured on the cameras, and management, they are in control of the cameras. And so that is another act of obstruction of justice were that documentation to disappear, which is the conduct of third parties. But it is nonetheless, I fully documented and published it already. But let me be clear, management is present right now. They were present last night. And what that group stalker was doing as she was doing it was also captured on camera as she was on video inside of B&G Plaza. This is audible activity of group stalkers that are maintaining presence inside of the parking lot. 6PQZ715. He keeps his headlights on, and then he gets inside of some other female's car in order to be on both sides. So his headlights are on, and then the lights on this vehicle are on. This is the Arizona plate JXA9CFA. License 8DIV732, 7DEE321, 8SMP354. So I want to make sure I speak to that because what she was doing and what she was doing the entire time, not just as I was walking past her vehicle. She was sitting, understand everything they're doing is on surveillance cameras, and she was sitting in front of a camera. There's a camera right there above her, and as she's reversing, everything will be captured on that surveillance camera as well, and I want to make sure I note that. And these group stalkers inside of the B&G Plaza office of Suite A, all right, which is right adjacent to Andy's Burgers, they are manning the cameras here, 8YCY617, and I also documented them. This one, oh, let me get an image of him. He's got it bad. P.O.C. He's driving in circles around me under the fake sun as it's getting brighter and brighter. This is P.O.C. All right, and just using cars to do so. So he gets out of this one, the BMW, on the opposite side, leaves the headlights on. She gets out of it. She gets in another car, and then he drives in a circle to park right here next to me. That's the use of light activity and patrolling. And the fake sun, I'll go ahead and get a picture of that too, which is blaring, getting brighter by the second. The state's light source is not going anywhere. All right, it is not a genuinely cloudy day. The state is exercising control over its own individualized climate as opposed to what is naturally occurring in the environment, because the state is engaging in what is demonic activity and doing it on a massive scale. And it is criminally referred to as federal stalking, but the state is engaging in that which exceeds federal stalking. These are psychopaths engaging in a targeting system in the state of California. The other thing, oh yeah, and that group stalker, he goes inside of, we're going to document the venue in particular at B&G Plaza he goes inside of Suite B, barbershop. Yeah, he goes right on inside of there, P.O.C. And they're all loitering in relevant position. And monitoring while that psychopath is driving around in circles, stalking with light in the parking lot. This is how they use their vehicles. and doing so in concert with the state, which is keeping its fake scent, by the way, which is over Shiro's Liquor now. I'm sorry, not over Shiro's Liquor, but it's in front of me, headed towards Shiro's Liquor. But guess what? I captured it clearly in video, peeking over the edge of Andy's Burgers, the opposite side as I stood at Plum, while capturing Puritan Bakery. This is what the state is doing with its fake sign. It is advancing forward to keep in front of me and does the same thing in any direction that I walk. All right, which is the direct evidence as I continue to document those who will be prosecuted for engaging in kidnapping, sexual violation, assault and battery with deadly weapon, because that's not the first group stalker that engaged in that, and the entirety of the entity is going to answer for that. 6 VED 818. That's 6 VED 818. California Medica, Clinica Medica, California. Engaging in monitoring, criminal facilitation, suite number 402 inside of the B&G Plaza. 8WAH 819, 7RSY128, 6YZK503. I, a character Heart, CAZUL. 5MAS 478, 7RZH 526. That's stalking with activity as I approach, using the ignition. Fake sun is moving over my head as I move in the parking lot. 8W23386. That's demonic activity and using a commercial vehicle. Sheldon's Air Conditioning and Heating. California license number 987412. Alrighty, and the license plate on Sheldon's Air Conditioning and Heating is 7F41260. All right, license plate 8TBF 438, AGNT 115, 8USN 224. It is 8:44 a.m. All right, it is 8:54 a.m. And I have exited the third-party facilitating venue, Shiro's Liquor, inside of the venue that is B&G Plaza. All right, the City of Ontario is stalking with light on Euclid Avenue, using their vehicles just like they were in the drive-thru of the Andy's Burgers, going in reverse. All right, using the headlights is not enough. They go in reverse in the drive-thru, using the flickering lights on the top of those vehicles. 7Z59471, 7VAD079, I believe. That's a Honda Civic that at 8:54 a.m. is exiting out of the driveway of B&G Plaza, going west on Holt. 8FLK 261, 7P VW 240, 6RBD 271, I believe, or 274. Can't really hear. Didn't really see that one. It is 8:55 a.m. Seven AGW 264 620 M44. That's out of state. 7RNL 899 8THW 959. 617 GK. That's a handicap. 5YOA 125. It's 8:56 a.m. Oh, they wouldn't drive. That is Metro 102, third-party facilitating venue. Understand that is audible activity, and that is criminal facilitation. The entirety of the environment you can prosecute. So they're using these Latino, I would call them vendors. You want to call a gardener a vendor? That's a sophisticated way of putting it. They're criminals. M485CO. And that is helping, the weed whacker is helping 8YCY617 who was stalking in the path. All right? That's how that works. And the state is amplifying it, remember. This is an abnormal environment. Nothing about it is normal and ordinary. It's the maintenance of noise. License XP13647 on a Chima truck, US.2114590. And the back license plate on this Chima transports COM 4NZ2920. Ontario Police, demon-possessed stalker, license plate, third party 8KHU397, 7UQW958, license plate 8TMZ606, 37982J2. All right, Puritan Bakery in relevant position, all of them monitoring, including the Ontario Police, to the sound of that weed whacker. All right? That's called audible activity. And this is demonic activity. Ontario police, again, they are fully engaged in that. All right? Sitting up in traffic with the third parties. 8KUA 456 and Puritan Bakery, again, license 2580881. Hold on, bruh. You're going to have to wait. Thank you. 7UEW 153. 6WEW 062. 8WSP 835. 7XRD 111. 6163 7V2. 8DFU 205. 6LYP 965, I believe. 7LLL 952, I believe. Um, 7UPT 415. 8ATD 722. Look like a cat. Okay. Oh boy, I think it's funny. MR S018, I believe. 8GDE 232. Vistar, VISTAR, wholesale candy. That's a commercial vehicle. Engaging in federal stalking. 7XRA 643. And again, that weed whacker, that activity is attributed either however you can document it, the venue, which is Metro 102, 7MPM 464, 7XDS 029, that third party themselves, if you happen to capture their image or their license plate, all right, or where they live. I mean, whatever the circumstances are at play. But this is Metro 102, a facilitating venue, as they are monitoring together. And so that third party group stalker is using a weed whacker at the area around the property of what is Metro 102, all right, and they are monitoring together. And using whatever venue you want to for maintenance of presence. It's concerted conduct through and through. It is currently 8:59 a.m. All right, waiting on the ongoing demon possession by City of Ontario. It's literally pathetic. License 1567698. Waiting in the garage of Metro 102. See, a facilitating environment. And waiting with demonic light, okay? Understand accelerates up the ramp of the garage of the Metro 102. Already knew that I was there. That's the stalking conduct of the people. And understand that's a state actor, all right? So you have minions that are driving around in state vehicles as you're documenting a municipality engaging in terrorism. ROB3KKD. Fake sun directly over me as I'm walking. While City of Ontario is using their vehicles to engage in stalking with light. The outward demonstration of demon possession. ROLNIT. License plate 7PPC 285. Oh, let's document this. Route 66 is going to be having a union. Understand that that is a festivity of demons, all right, where federal stalking will be underway. And so if I'm reading a sign right now, and the City of Ontario engaged in and has engaged in this before. They literally are congregating together, engaging in what, and San Bernardino did this as well. This is what I was documenting when I was in the city of San Bernardino. It is a method of massive congregation of the people of the state and the state itself, all right, while they're engaging in federal stalking. ISHH. Route 66 reunion, federal stalking, demons, all right? That's a pack of demons getting together. It is P.O.C. and it is the Sheriff's Department engaging in stalking on the side. Let me get this for you. you. Thank you. I don't understand. Okay, so I'm saying thank you because the stupidity, and it is stupidity, understand. This is stupidity of one that is literally in a trick bag from eternity, because this is wrapping up in a nice little, perfect little bow, nice little ribbon, and that present is that epic prosecution, as the entity is literally providing ongoing. I mean, it is superfluous. I don't even need it. 8JGS 850. While they are engaging in what is federal stalking and ongoing context to that, which I have already vividly demonstrated and published for your understanding, 8KEB 837, and that is what is demon possession. All right, federal stalking is established. That's what they're doing, but this is no ordinary stalking conduct. GUZMAN 3. All right, not only because it's the government, but because this is demon possession. All right, this is satanic. And this is conduct that is satanic, that is being practiced by a government. And every actor within every vessel of that state, all right, that's the sheriff, that's the police, that's the court, 8KZP 853. All right, and doing so in that ongoing environment. And let me break down what I just captured in video right now. You've got the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department that is stalking, literally engaging in just chilling around the corner from me outside of Metro 102 apartments. Just chilling, all right? Just chilling, all right? License plate 8F05135. Just chilling outside of the apartments of Metro 102, okay? That's the Sheriff's Department, and you're going to, and whether you want to argue, so what, they're free to do that, okay, you can argue whatever you want. In my opinion, that on its surface, I am questioning in my mind, what are you doing? Why are you just sitting on the side of a... Okay, that's how my mind goes. But anyway, aside from that, you're going to look at the environment. It's 02768T1. And what you have directly over, which I also capture, is the state stalking with its light source, as I have already established. Guess what? Even if it was cloudy and the state was covering it up, which it did toward the end part of my video, after I had already captured it glaring right over me, right over my head at that same apartment building. In direct conflict with every other location where it's supposed to be, including Days Inn off of the 10 freeway, in alignment with my room 103. License 6ARU381, monitoring with the state that's flying over the senior citizen apartments of 280 North Lemon. 5CPE 794, Star Way, California license 0466573. License plate 93730W1, monitoring with the state. And that's exactly what they're preparing for. That fest of demons, Route 66, it's going to be federal stalking, okay? There are demons that are getting together. And this is a satanic gathering, actually, that's going to be occurring. And what are they calling it? A Route 66 reunion. And that's the reality of it. So anyway, what I captured is the state's fake sun glaring right above the Metro 102 apartments, and I'm pointing out there are so many things that you can look at with regard to everywhere else that I am at, where the state's fake sun is remaining for the day, so it's impossible for it to be there. Where the state's fake sun is at the same time, right? So that's impossible that is the sun that I'm capturing right while it's right over BL23Z51 or BL23751, driving around in a circle that's pacing. All right, while Iron Mountain is providing light activity over Wells Fargo, by the way, where the state's fake sun is not over that building. All right, contrary to how I captured it, 7:30 in the morning, where's the state's fake sun? Piercing over me, remaining over Wells Fargo, where I got Garda-World engaging in criminal defamation. That demon that is unprepared for the prosecution that's coming. That's why he was speaking that ignorant audible activity. All right, that's one that's asking to be clobbered in federal court. You're asking for it. So that's where the state's fake sun is not. The state's fake sun is right over me at Metro 102, where the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department just happens to be just parlaying on the curb and breaks up the party's all broken up once I show up. I don't know why. They could have just kept chilling. They didn't want to chill anymore. This is called stalking by the state, and it is actually in a very conspicuous manner. And this is the same thing that they're doing when they're driving by. They're stalking when I'm on the side of 150 East Hope Boulevard. They're stalking when I'm coming from the museum and I'm going in to use the restroom, and they're parking in front of that driveway. They are stalking, by the way, while they're kidnapping. All right, they don't have any First Amendment rights. You're talking about you don't have any place of belonging under the facts of what is federal stalking. Everything is a venue, and where you are remaining, you are loitering. So you are engaging in stalking, wearing a sheriff's department uniform while you're engaging in kidnapping, exercising unlawful custody of my person because you are seeking to obstruct justice, as I am documenting and publishing your criminal activity on the venue of the internet. And you are necessarily aware of that. That's why you're going out of your way to engage in criminal defamation, trying to artificially engineer some mental health situation that doesn't exist. Actually, they're the psychopaths that are engaging in stalking and hiding around apartment buildings under what is not the sun and directed light, all right, and an entirely unnatural environment, all right? That is revealing the psychopaths that are the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. And I just captured that video. You're going to want to take a good look at that. And I am surrounded at the same time, not only the fake sun over Metro 102 and not over Shiro's Liquor, not over B&G Plaza, not over the museum where it's remaining again, not over Economy Inn where it is captured day in and day out, remaining at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, not over Mayfair Inn at a totally opposite end of Hope Boulevard where it is captured remaining. I mean, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the state's fake sun is over me, over my head in that parking lot of Mayfair Inn, all right? But I haven't even stressed that because you're looking at what is ongoing on a day-to-day basis, but the documentation has already established what the state is doing with light, and that's what I continue to point out. And as the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department pointed out again about its own condition, that they are demon-possessed stalkers, psychopaths that need to have nothing to do with law enforcement. That was terrorism as I just captured it. All right. Terrorism is not necessarily, all right, because it can be about, I have captured the Ontario Police Department, for example, engaging in overt aggression while you are some demon-possessed stalker that's engaging in federal stalking. That's relevant to the terrorism. But let me be clear. Terrorism, where the government is engaging in the satanic system, is not based upon your how you are outwardly conducting yourself. Okay, because terrorism is ongoing by those who are smiling in your face and saying, God bless you and good morning. And Jesus loves you, which is audible activity and relevant position in that demonic environment. Terrorism is about the maintenance of the criminal elements of monitoring, which are being perpetually maintained while the entity itself directly and vicariously is remaining present. All right. So this is the ongoing stalking with noise, any kind of noise, from airplanes to clapping your hands by a third party. All right. Anything. And this is ongoing with regard to what the targeted individual is doing as they are doing it. Everywhere that you are going, and that being the circumstance, that is not an ongoing coincidence. That's the pattern of conduct. All right. And this is a pattern that the people engage in. This is a pattern that the state engages in, using planes and sirens and helicopters. All right. The people are engaging in that same demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with noise. The uncanny demonic ability to follow with simultaneity to what you are doing physically, even to that which is inaudible to the human ear. I'm talking down to the bodily functions. That which nobody else can hear, that you've got indigestion, but demons can, and they are stalking with activity while you've got some unexpected noise that occurs inside of your body. That is the closeness with which demons are paying attention while they are demonstrating what is a psychopath, outwardly conducting themselves as though this is normal society, and it is not. That is terrorism, because the targeted individual is being subject to this, and the ordinary targeted individual is approached with what is an absolutely terrifying environment, and people who are focused on them, but outwardly, and this is the threat that the people wage, they are intentionally, that's the third party role, to act like they are doing something else, they're concerned with something else, but in everything that they are doing and in the environment that they are doing it, that is the ongoing monitoring conduct. This is why you have a fake sun. This is why you have directed light. All right, this is why you are engaging in stalking by law enforcement, by ambulance, fire department, and by planes and helicopters. Because the state's conduct, it's the state's pattern of conduct. The people are acting pursuant to that. You are not coincidentally in any within the radius of monitoring with communication devices. That's what relevant positioning is, because it is beyond the venue that I happen to be inside of or outside of, and I am naming. They're engaging in federal stalking, for example, while I'm at the Ontario Overfamily Community Library, up the street at 150 East Hope Boulevard. They are still engaging in monitoring. All right, down the street at this entire zone. It is a zone of relevant positioning, and it is a massive state system. Obviously, that is seen by the resources that the state utilizes. The state is utilizing company brands. All right, the state is utilizing planes and helicopters 24 hours a day. That is how massive it is. It is no small thing, and it is as expansive as I am describing it. And I'm not just describing it, I've shown you in the documentation. All right, so this is not some just I see one thing and I'm just putting 1, 2, and 3, all of that together. No, this is long-term exposure to what is demented conduct by people. And the reason why it was tethered together in a system is because everywhere I went, different faces, all right? Different faces, different places, and places that I had never been, and they're doing the exact same thing. Why is it that noise is occurring every time I make a move? Every time and then in addition to tampering with my phone, it's not just the fact that you're trying to slow down internet, that I can't connect to internet. It's the fact that when I'm doing something on the internet, as I'm engaging in activity on the internet, noise is ongoing. Somebody is present. Some light is appearing out of the atmosphere. All right. This fake sun is remaining over my head all day long. Wouldn't it have moved from over my head by now? No, not 5 hours later. No. All right. This is the environment that is being intentionally maintained while the people are monitoring. And this is monitoring, but this is unprecedented, not only because it's the government that's monitoring, but it's because this is a satanic monitoring system. It's satanic. It's rooted in that which is of Satan. Satan is the one that fathoms stalking with a fake sun. Satan is the one that fathoms stalking with light, touching your body as though they're hitting you, as though they are sexually touching you, but doing it with light. Doing it in such a manner where it is equally violative, it is equally harassing, it is equally terrorizing and frightening. As you know that this is unnatural, and how is this happening? And it's occurring with every single person. This is how you know every single person is engaged in it. Whatever is happening, they're all in it together. But it is also that which is done in such a manner such that it's designed to be unbelievable, but for documentation, and it is designed to be that which is how are you going to show proof of you're being molested, for example, on your breasts with light? How can you prove that? All right. There's no trace of, for example, when you are raped and someone chokes you, there's no handprint left there. All right. There's nothing left there. But it is equally a violation of your person, a government that's engaging in stalking you, that is engaging in what is demonic, twisted, demented conduct in concert with every single person around you and having no right to touch you whatsoever in any manner. All right. And you have that which is then facilitated by law enforcement. All right. And they are engaging in the same exact demented conduct. And you are aware of this demented conduct. And then these who are wearing uniforms representing the state engaging in this demented conduct. That is designed to terrify. That's designed to terrify. OK, so you are talking about a comprehensive system that is also designed to be untraceable. All right. And it is also designed to falsely depict the one that is alleging it as suffering from mental incapacity. And let me tell you why. This is why the sheriff's department, even though I never uttered a word to them, never spoke to them about anything, I resorted to publishing all of my documentation about this crime. I didn't talk to any of them about anything, knowing what the pattern of conduct is. Not only knowing what the pattern of conduct is, knowing that no third party or state actor that is moreover kidnapping me is going to do anything to help me. So I never spoke to anybody of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department about the fact that, for example, the state is stalking with a light source, or basically the details of my documentation. All right. Stating out loud, which is not crazy when you're talking about documentation. It's established fact. That's what the state is doing. But understand, saying that out of your mouth, having no documentation, having no proof of it, having no point of reference in your mind, again, it is unfathomable. I have never heard of that. I would never fathom that. I would never even conjure that up in my mind. I can't think of that independently. All right. I didn't think this up. That is intentional. That's Satan. All right. Satan fathoms that. And Satan is operating amongst the people. And like I was stating before I went into heavy documentation at B&G Plaza, the state is engaging in exploitation of that which we assume, which is separate amongst individuals. And that is premised upon very rational and reasonable and necessary constitutional laws. Okay. I am an advocate of the laws. I think it's a great illusion. All right. Because the government is speaking to the reality of the situation. They are laws that exist in the abstract. They mean absolutely nothing where the government is not even abiding by them. The government is using it and defecating on it, using it literally as toilet paper. Okay, they have zero respect for the actual Constitution. And where you have some government actors that are respecting it, and yet you have others that are not respecting it, which is what I am documenting, it is equally useless. I'm sorry, it does not redeem it. It doesn't. All right, so this is the reality. And so with regard to 4ANL87P, while the state is flying over in a plane, all right, demons. License plate, that third party of that license plate is engaging in the pacing, driving around in a circle, and the state is at the same time flying over by plane. And that's getting me to my point. Okay, so with demon possession, what the state is, and this is a satanic operation, all right? And let me give you the notion, which is in direct contrast to what we are assuming in the natural, which we should. I mean, when we were operating in the natural, you see black and white, we're operating in the objective facts, and which you have to, because there are people that are legitimately crazy and can make up stuff, and you just cannot rely on stuff like that. You can't. But that does not in any way suggest that what you cannot see is not there because you can't see it. That's not what this is. Demonic activity is real, and I am actually revealing what is demonic activity practiced by a government and a people, and they are one. All right, so the demonic, satanic, the condition of demon possession. What you are looking at, for example, on surveillance cameras, what I am documenting as I'm capturing, for example, a video of, you're looking at everybody in traffic in their cars, and you see them walking on the streets, you see them entering and exiting restaurants and businesses, for example, and you are necessarily assuming that these are all separate individuals. Under the Constitution, they are. They're all separate individuals going about their business, which is naturally distinct from each other. Even if you're walking side by somebody inside of the same building, it is individualized. It's separate. It is not necessarily tethered together because they are individual people responsible for what they are doing, and what they are doing is based on what you are seeing them objectively engage in. Demonic activity is exploiting these assumptions that we are surviving on, that we utilize in everyday life and in the practice of law. All right. This is in no way making the demonic impervious to prosecution, though. Okay. So let me document this third-party actor that's been engaging in terrorism, loitering at Wells Fargo, monitoring with the state that's amplifying plane engines and engaging in peculiarized light. 67881U1, US.338113. That's secured destruction you can trust. Iron Mountain. All right. That's P.O.C. Loitering in relevant position using peculiarized light, flashing lights at that venue of Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, where the state's fake sun is not present because I'm not there. In direct conflict with what I captured already. The state's fake sun remaining in relevant position to me at this C Street, where the state engages in keeping its fake sun all day long, from entrance until a closing down of the library, okay? And Garda World is engaging in relevant position as well. The same male that engaged in criminal defamation, speaking for the entity, now entering inside of Wells Fargo at the back building. He's patrolling at that venue, and he's on cameras of the Ontario Town Square. He's on cameras at Wells Fargo. He's engaged in federal stalking. He's representing that company. He's representing the entity. So anyway, like I was stating, I want to get back to what is the premise of demon possession. The underlying premise that we apply is that individuals are treated separately, and this is necessary. And I'm not in any way speaking against that. That's why I practice law. That's why I studied law, because I love rules, first of all. But secondly, I think that the Constitution in and of itself is, and this isn't about my opinion, but I'm just letting you know the background. I'm not some person that lacks patriotism or I hate America. This is not what this is from. This is something that I was subject to, and I was literally, by virtue of that, and because there is no legal construct to address it, the demonic, and because this is a system where they think that they're impervious to being captured. I mean, I am compelled, by virtue of the fact that I'm subject to it, to prosecute it and create policy to address it for no one else to be subject to it. Okay, so not subject to it without there being any trace. You'll know exactly what it is. It's not a mystery anymore. It's not a secret anymore. 95788F2. All right, loitering in relevant position at Ontario Town Square, driving a black van. That'll be on the cameras of Ontario Town Square as well. That's amplified audible activity while they're using that vehicle as light activity. It's P.O.C. It's 9:24 a.m. So with regard to that and understanding where I am coming from, demonic activity amongst a government and amongst the people is exploitation of the very legal construct in the United States. Or the way that we are looking at people, the way we're looking at conduct. And we are necessarily assuming that it's separate, all right? That what one person is doing on one side of the room is separate from what the other person is doing on the opposite side of the room. What one person is doing outside of the building is separate from what is occurring on the inside of the building. And indeed, they don't even know what each other is doing because they're separate. They're not together. They're not communicating, but for being on a cell phone. But I mean outside of that. All right. No, outside of talking on the phone, telling each other what they're doing, we are assuming it is separate conduct. It is distinct. They're acting individually. There is no connection. You see them physically apart from each other. You see them, they can't even visibly see each other. And you are necessarily assuming that, and reasonably so, okay? Demonic activity is exploitation of those assumptions. What you are witnessing with regard to demonic activity, you are looking at what is, first of all, an invisible impression upon people. And that invisible impression is perceivable on objective conduct as they engage in it. It is a matter of understanding the substance of that conduct, because it is not innocent. That objective conduct that you are witnessing is achieving a criminal purpose. It is engaging in what is ongoing terrorism with regard to what I'm exposing, which is federal stalking by an entity. And also what you are witnessing as you are, for example, as I'm witnessing, capturing my example, I'm capturing on video traffic. You're looking at all these cars. All right, they're lined up in traffic. Some are going straight. Some are going east. Some are going west. Some are going north. Some are going south. All right. Some are parking. All right. And you have what is, again, that assumption that this is all separate. They're all going their different ways. All right. In American society, everybody's going to work. This is rush hour. All right. You're assuming that it's all separate and distinct and broken up. All right. And why? Because they're individuals driving in different vehicles, going in different directions. All right. And I want to be clear, demonic activity is the exploitation of that assumption. Not only, first of all, is the environment tethering all of that together. You're not separate in that environment. But second of all, you are also not separate pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with activity. In that regard, it is also not separate. But I want to get to the underlying premise. Demonic actors, those who are demon possessed, which are the people, which is the state, all right? Demonic possession, understand you are looking at different bodies, all right? Different people, the same demon is, and I don't want to say demon, the same condition of demon possession. All right, so this is of Satan. Satan is one entity. In the same way that the public entity state of California, it's one entity operating through the people. Satan is one spiritual entity operating over the people, including the government, all right, that's operating the system. And let me be clear, with that, they are of one mind, okay? There is one mind at play, operating over a people who are together, separate physically, all right, united with one mind, a psychopath operating together in sync. So what you are witnessing as I'm capturing on video, third-party group stalkers that are outside of the building, flying over the building, all right, around the corner from the building, all right, in the building adjacent to it, in front of it, the building surrounding, and inside of the building, even in the same building, on surveillance camera, and you're seeing what is appearing on the surface as separate conduct. They are of one mind, the satanic entity operating over all of them, and at the same time engaging in concerted conduct, which is outwardly appearing as though it is distinct and separate, and it's not. That is the exploitation. All right, it's in direct contrast to that which we are assuming based on where we live. I mean, we're in the United States. We operate supposedly under a constitution, under laws, which separates those. I can't be convicted for the crime of my brother. All right. He's the one that committed that crime. And even if I knew about it, I can't be convicted. Knowledge is insufficient. All right. So this is the construct that you're operating under. Demonic activity is not that. Demonic activity is exploitation of those assumptions. So you have what are the people who are outwardly appearing under that assumption that it's separate activity, that it has nothing to do with the next, and they are of one mind. Satan is operating over these people, which is invisible physically, but together in that environment, together pursuant to that demonic behavioral pattern, it is one. All right. And that is what is ongoing on a constant basis. And when I am saying Satan, I am speaking to that which you may not be able to see, but you see it in the light activity. You see it in the stalking conduct of the environment. You see it in the stalking conduct of audible activity. And in that regard, you literally see Satan driving around you. You literally see Satan flying around you. You literally see Satan as you go from place to place, and that ongoing environment and that ongoing conduct, revealing the reality of what is demon possession. All right. Now that might be a little deep, might be a little too esoteric for some, and we don't have to go into the depth. But I just want to be clear: that's the reality of what is ongoing. The exploitation that you assume that because you are outside or separate or a different person, in other words, that it is separate from what the next person is doing, and that's not it. That is the essence. That is the I want to say power, but there's no power in it. I'm breaking it down, and I'm showing you how it is absolutely powerless. Especially, all you need is one to be able to point out to you what you're looking at, and you'll actually see it. And you don't have to have a spiritual eye to discern that. When you're breaking down what one is able to discern, and then pointing out how anyone can see it, anyone can witness it. All right. So I'm not going to use that word. It's not power. It is, I would say, the essence of the ability to conceal what would ordinarily be concealed based on those assumptions. All right. It is not separate. You have a people that are operating on one mind. And so this is demonic possession amongst the people who are maintaining one mind. They are acting in concert. All right. While they are going about doing whatever they are doing, and it is in no way separate. All right. Now, this is something that is unfathomable, but this is the reality. And this is what the government is engaging in. And I do not think that California is alone. I just happen to be in California. And I also happen to be one who has traveled outside of the state of California, who has traveled outside of the country, and has been exposed to what is demon possession for a very long time before I knew it. I did not know it, but now that I know it, I know what I have been observing for a very long time. Okay. So with regard to what you are looking at, it is not separate. It is not separate. You are looking at those who are operating under the same mind, They have the same objective in mind, to maintain presence, to maintain activity, and they are doing it simultaneously and outwardly looking to the ordinary onlooker as though they are engaging in separate conduct, in no way tethered or connected in any way to the person next to them, or to the person outside of the building, or to the person across the street. All right? All right. In an environment that is absolutely unnatural, the audible activity is absolutely unnatural, and the state is established as stalking directly by planes, helicopters, law enforcement, fire department, and emergency medical services. That's AMR. All right. That is literally the template. And so anyway, it's 9:32 a.m. and the people have been engaged in ongoing pacing. 5 WDL 898. And this is the P.O.C, and that is providing what is context to and understanding demonic activity. The reason why it is necessary, it's not just context relevant to punishment. It is and it is not, because this is terrorism as the government is engaging in what is supposed to be a secret. When you're understanding, actually, they're engaging in conduct together of one mind, while outwardly formerly benefiting from what is assumed to be separate. As one drives one direction, another drives the other direction, you're assuming that they're totally separate conduct, and it's not. They're pacing together. 7NCG760. They are of one mind, stalking together. That's what demonic activity is. And as that environment is being maintained, as the people engage in what is connected conduct and engaging in outwardly conducting themselves as though it is separate, that's the terrorism. And that is the threat that the people wage. And they are doing that on a ceaseless basis in concert with the government that is stalking with a fake sun, a light source. All right. All right. Speaking to the fact that you know that you are being targeted by people that you do not even know. You do not even know. And I'm speaking about the ordinary targeted individual is not even aware of all the ways in which they're being targeted. I am literally pointing out to you every method that the state is engaging in. The ordinary targeted individual is not going to slice and dice and analyze to that degree. I am speaking to what the entity is engaging in, because this is how you are understanding the environment, which is speaking to a government that's engaging in federal stalking, and it is also terrorism because it's demonic as they engage in that conduct. Right, and this is the revealing of the United States, the state of California. All right, I mean, California, pretty much, if it's going on in California, it's going on, and it's going on. Okay, and so the state that's called stalking with activity used in Union Pacific. As I move my foot and I start laughing, that's new movement, new activity. Immediately, the sound of the train, which is, by the way, you're not going to hear while I'm sitting in front of 280 North Lemon Apartments. The impossibility of that audible activity, that's demonic. Right, this is an ongoing method. Ongoing tactic in different methods. It's just the ability to be aware of your environment, and this is the recognition of a pattern. This is not hypersensitivity. All right, this is the ability to pay attention to detail. This is the ability to scrutinize and understand what the state is engaging in, which is basically assuming that some target individual is an idiot, and you're not. The state is actually an idiot at the asininity that I have documented, and they assume that you're just gonna not question it because it's there. No. And you cannot do that anymore because this is objective evidence that the government is engaging in not only what is monitoring American citizens, but this is satanic. So this is requiring a closer eye. Not paranoia, a closer eye. There will be symptoms in your life if the government is monitoring you. There will be symptoms, all right? Symptoms of what is harassment, especially, and this is things that I have already gone over, and so I'm going to digress from that, but there will be symptoms other than the environment as you're noticing it. So it's not going to exist in isolation, but the environment is a hallmark, all right? The environment itself is the terrorism, all right? And the people are acting pursuant to that environment, not ignorantly so, nor coincidentally so, all right? And this is what I mean by zero form. You're stripping demons of that which they rely on, which is the assumption that what they are doing is separate from each other. What they are doing has nothing to do with the targeted individual. What they are doing is in and of itself to be assumed to have no more substance than what you are looking at it. No, you're not just closing your car door. You're creating audible activity while you're in relevant position in an environment deliberately maintained for federal stalking and terrorism, as not just you, but an entire entity is maintaining what is a targeting system. All right. So anyway, it's 9:36 a.m. That is P.O.C. That's McCarthy engaging in federal stalking, all right? Criminal facilitation of federal stalking, and doing so under the state's fake sun. And that is the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department that I captured again, going out of its way. Understand they engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, and for which the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court provides no shelter for them. They were engaged in federal stalking and terrorism, and that is the intent to engage in that of kidnapping, repeated acts of kidnapping. They also engaged in what is criminal defamation, the pattern of conduct, artificially engineering information such that they can act in concert with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, who were engaging in kidnapping, seeking to abuse and literally create out of thin air a Penal Code 1370 case, which is designed to literally, in essence, designed to kidnap. And this is kidnapping where federal stalking is underway by government. The state is engaging in criminal activity and is putting you in jail, which is kidnapping, because they don't want it to be known that they're engaging in monitoring and that they are criminals and they are terrorists. So you're engaging in where you have no probable cause, you have no reasonable suspicion. Everything that the target individual is doing is a matter of public information. So the state is engaging in the exercise of fictitious authority, which is exactly what the court is doing as well. And in using that fictitious authority, they are engaging in kidnapping, seeking to indefinitely confine in a mental ward. That is what the state is engaged in. That is what the Sheriff's Department, that's what I documented over and over and over again. All right, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department going out of their way to stalk me at the Metro 102 apartments under the fake sun. All right, that's P.O.C. 9:38 a.m. 7Y81609 P.O.C. It is 9:39 a.m. That's a group stalker in the bathroom, communication device in operation as I enter, directed light, and the state's fake sun remains over the venue of the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. And a group stalker that is stalking in the path opens the entrance door of the library as I'm on camera walking toward the restroom. That is a creation of audible activity as Route 66. Those demons that I documented this morning while the fake sun was moving back and forth from the library up to T-Mobile are creating what is amplified audible activity of music, and the group stalker opens the door, all right? So this one in here pulls her panties down to engage in stalking. That's the sex offender that is not only engaging in stalking in the bathroom, but is pulling her panties down to engage in that sexual violence, and that's her form. There is no form, all right? But I will capture what is the fake sun that remains over this venue right now. And this is attributed to the whole entity, by the way. It is 3:54 p.m. That's a stalker in the bathroom stalking. right, that is audible activity. And as Ontario opens the door, that's directed light and audible activity as they're stalking around the bathroom with minor children as well. They're on camera doing that. That's P.O.C. It is 3:56 p.m. Group stalkers on camera, P.O.C. Monitoring inside of this restroom. I'm referencing the cameras right now. Thank you, stalker. Excuse me. It is 3:56 p.m. That's P.O.C. All right, loitering in relevant position in the private space, literally listening to me use the restroom, and then another group stalker follows, and this is the demonic behavioral pattern. As you document, you have more demons that follow suit, and this is in no way suggesting that they are not sex offenders. That's called audible activity. All right, 4 p.m. on the cameras exiting the bathroom. Boy cut, female striped shirt with a black bag. P.O.C. Here comes another one. An underage minion under the same environment, directed light inside and outside of the bathroom. This is the state engaging in sexual violence with the underage. P.O.C.
Can you not?
Can I not what? Go inside of the bathroom. You don't even know who I'm talking to. Who am I talking to? Mind your business, minion. All right, this is federal stalking in the bathroom. Not even good at acting like she's not engaging in P.O.C. And that's called patrolling and doing it in the private space. Anyway, it is 4 p.m. That's stalking with activity as I swipe the screen. Audible activity as crossing path outside of the stall. That is P.O.C. Federal stalking in a private space. Sex offenders, under 18, over 18. P.O.C. You're talking about demonic activity. And that is attributed to the venue. This is a state facilitating venue where that sexual violence is underway and facilitated, and the demonic behavioral pattern is more demons follow suit as you document them in very damning situations. All right. It is 4:02 p.m. And that is a psychopath sex offender in the bathroom engaging in federal stalking. It is the state's fake son, again, as I capture, is literally over the same location after following me to T-Mobile back to the library. All right, and then you've got demon-possessed stalkers who, with a straight face in that environment, enter inside of the bathroom like they're not going to be documented and shown to be the sex offenders and weirdos that they are. This is going to the prosecution of the entity. All right, that's 4:02 p.m. That's P.O.C. Actually, I'm not recording. I'm talking on the phone, which people talk on the phone in the bathroom.
Okay.
So why would she accuse me of such a specific thing?
Well, you know, it's when it's pointed at someone.
When I'm holding it up and talking on it?
Yeah, it looks to people like you're recording.
I don't assume that people are recording me when they're holding their phone up, especially when you're talking.
Some people do, though.
I don't.
Some people, I know you may not, but some people do.
Everybody uses FaceTime and takes selfies and is on the phone, especially in the bathroom, which is exactly what actually the girls were doing as I walked in the bathroom, and I didn't assume that they were recording me. So I think that that's a very specific, they were, and that's a very specific accusation.
I'm not accusing of anything, but I'm just saying.
Well, you said that's what she said, right?
Well, it appears that you are. So
well,
let's say I'm holding my hand in my pocket like this.
Well, I'm holding my phone up right now.
No,
I'm not.
I'm just giving an example.
But
you want to listen?
This is a perfect one. Go ahead.
If I go like, see how that looks like I'm having a weapon in my pocket?
Yeah.
I could be walking around like this in front of children. That's a very safe assumption to.
That's not necessarily the same.
It's not necessarily the truth, but it appears to be. So you don't want to put yourself in a position where people might think that you are recording.
No, because what you're saying is don't use your phone, and people are using their.
You can use your phone.
That's what I was doing, and that's what everyone else is doing. There's no difference between me and the other girls.
It appears as if you're recording.
Then it appears that everybody that's using their phone in the bathroom is recording.
Okay. Well, I haven't gotten complaints about anyone.
Yeah,
else.
because I didn't go tell you and snatch somebody up and say, oh, she's using her phone, she's recording me.
That appears to be recording.
I'm not bothered by people talking on the phone in the bathroom. That's what she was doing.
Well, that's your prerogative. Other people are bothered by it. I'm just saying, watch out, because there's people that might come up to you and bother you and say it.
They already do.
Okay, well, if you're going to talk on the phone in the bathroom, you know, as a courtesy to other people so they don't feel uncomfortable.
Maybe you should put a sign up then, because I'm not the only one doing that.
It's kind of one of those unwritten rules, you know? Like, you don't want to put other people in uncomfortable positions. So I'd kindly ask you to hold the phone up to your ear. So
you're telling me how to use my phone? Is that what you're doing right now? Okay, because that's not what they're doing. That sounds very weird, and that's not what the girl was doing in the bathroom that I was in there with. Yeah, it is. It is. It's very specific. It's a very specific accusation, and it looks like you want to get to something, but you're not really addressing it. And I'm doing the same thing that they were doing in the restroom.
Okay, could you do me the favor?
Sure.
You know, because it's causing an issue.
With who?
With the person that was in the bathroom who felt uncomfortable.
What, did I go in the bathroom stall with her?
I don't know.
Did I touch her?
I wasn't in there, but I'm just trying to avoid issues.
Did I talk to her?
Yes, you did.
I did? What did I say?
She said you called her pretty nasty names.
What nasty names? It's very vague.
The B word.
Okay, you're making up stuff again. Got it. Okay.
I'm not making it up.
I called her the B word, and I was recording her. So I would have recorded that, right?
She said, I'm talking on the phone, so I'm not talking to you, B word, so go in the stall.
Okay.
That's very aggressive. So
yeah, that sounds like
just ignore them if it bothers you. Just try to make it.
I did ignore them, and I used the bathroom, and I left.
Well, whatever happened. Try not to make it seem like you're recording. Okay.
I don't know how to do that.
As a favor to me, please.
I don't know how to do that because I'm holding my phone right now, and it's anyone, just like she did, can come up and make a situation out of that, and then you can escalate that if you want to. That's how that's targeting in this venue. That's how that's targeting.
Sure, but it looks like you're going like this.
Everyone does if you're looking at your phone.
Sure.
Everyone does. And I'm doing it in the bathroom, and I'm free to do that. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm letting you know that actually you don't have a valid point. And that is a form of targeting. You don't.
I'm not trying to
You're saying, you're telling me.
I'm asking you for a favor.
Because?
Please, because it causes an issue in here.
It doesn't. You're creating an issue. Anyone can just come up just like she did. He can say right now, act like he doesn't work here. Excuse me, she's recording me. She's holding her phone up and I feel uncomfortable. Okay. And then you have because you're an employee, can come and create an issue, say that I called him a name, which I didn't, all right? Okay. Say that I'm recording him, which I'm not, all right? And he says that he's uncomfortable and he just says that. That's exactly what just happened. I just want to be clear.
Well, it's just bottom line. I like you being here. I like that you
I'm glad that you say that. That's nice of you to say.
I'm asking you for the favor of if you're going to use a phone in the bathroom, don't go like, I'm not saying you are.
So what did she tell you that I'm doing? Please. What are you telling me not to do that she said that I'm doing?
I'm asking you if you could make it not seem like you're recording.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, but...
I'm not telling you exactly how to use your phone.
That's what it sounds like, though.
Make people feel comfortable in here, like we try.
You look like you want to laugh, too, but I know you're being serious. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to make you feel comfortable being here.
I'm comfortable until I feel targeted, and this is targeted. Because the girl right in front of me...
targeted by me?
I sure do, sir. And this is not the first incident that I've had with you where you made up. And, okay, I won't even say made up because I don't know what the girl told you. You're claiming. I do. And the situation was that you said that I yelled at a security guard from across the room, which would have been heard by everyone, and that didn't happen. But I found it very peculiar that you made that very specific accusation. That was 2019.
Okay, are you gonna help me out?
I don't. What you want me to do is not use my phone. That's basically what you're saying. Well, you're telling me to use my phone in a specific manner.
Or just make it seem like you're not.
I don't know how to do that. You're telling me to appease people who I shouldn't have to appease because they're using their phone. Unless you want to put up a sign and make it not seem like you're targeting me. Otherwise, it feels like you're targeting me, and that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Okay, well, you do remember the girl that you had the interaction with in the bathroom?
There were 3 girls that were just in the bathroom right now. No, 3.
Well, she's a teenager, so that's another issue in itself.
No, there was only one that looked like an older lady. They all
well,
look
it doesn't
young.
matter because there was one that was a teenager, and that's an issue in and of itself.
How?
And if they make
No. How?
If
You
they
can't skate over
chose-
that. How's that an issue? How's what an issue? Because
how
you're
would you
assuming I
think
did
that would
something.
be an issue?
No. You're making an issue. What is an issue with
What
a
is a
teenager in the bathroom
What
and
does a teenager mean?
what is a teenager? What?
What does the word teenager mean?
She's using the bathroom and I don't care about her age. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you care about her age. I'm asking you, what is...
Well,
the
see,
word
where you're
teenager
getting...
mean?
So this is the thing. I see where you're getting at, but there has to be an illegality before there's an issue. You're assuming that there's an illegality. I can use my phone in the bathroom, just like she was on her phone in the bathroom.
Look,
And I didn't assume that she was talking to me when
what
she was
if-
talking.
okay,
But she assumed that
she
I'm
didn't tell
talking.
me?
She assumes that I'm recording her.
I'm trying to stop an issue here. What if she stopped? What if she didn't tell me? What if she went straight to the cops that are outside?
I don't know, but that sounds like a threat out of your mouth that has no weight.
I'm asking,
And guess what?
hypothetical.
That's
Then
a
you-
totally
it would
unrealistic
create-
and ridiculous
listen,
hypothetical,
listen,
though.
It would
I'm
create
just
an
saying.
issue for you. I don't want an issue to be created.
How would you? Oh, you mean if she went to the police and made up a
Straight.
story like she did with you right
Yes,
now?
Exactly.
Okay, then that would be something else that I would just address as
I
it
don't want that
comes.
to happen.
Okay, well, it sounds like if it happens with you, then it can happen with anyone. I'm not going to be fearful of that. I'm going to use my phone, just like everyone else has a right to use my phone. I did not do anything wrong.
Well, I was just giving you a warning.
Okay,
You don't
well, that
wanna-
sounds like a threat.
If you don't want to heed the warning,
It sounds like a
then
threat to me,
Okay.
so I'll take it as a
All right.
threat.
continue
Okay.
doing what you want to do.
Thank you. I will. I'm not breaking the law, not violating anyone. That's P.O.C. It's audible activity as well. And that is a third party that is voicing a threat, and also the same one that has been documented, just like I stated, accusing me of cussing out a security guard from across the room because they know exactly what I'm saying as I'm saying it. And so he had to lie and say that I was yelling when I was not yelling. I was not yelling at all. This is published in the August 14th to the September 24th documentation at State Facilitating Venue, Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, and that was with that same exact actor. And again, they are third parties, so he is literally creating. The reality is that you're going to pin them on what they say, but the reality is that you're dealing with demons, and he's going moment by moment, making a creation. He knows exactly what's going on in the bathroom. They're all monitoring together. So you have a third party that is engaging in federal stalking, so they're going to be documented. And then you're creating an issue, and also understand when you're listening to that, that is also a threat that a third party is throwing in there. Well, what if we go get the police? That would be criminal summoning, which they have a habit of engaging in. That's what that would be, and you document it. And just like they're making up a situation now, they would make it up with the police who are already stalking and monitoring in relevant position. All right, so you have what is a non-existent situation, because in their twisted universe, I'm free to use my phone, just like they're free to engage in, like they have form, like they're not stalking, like they're not monitoring, and I can use my phone just like they are, okay? And so this is flipping the entire criminal pattern of conduct on its head, and you are seeing as how I am approached with dealing with them, their own game, okay? This is their game, and they don't like that, all right? So, but the bottom line, everything I said is absolutely valid. I can use my phone in the bathroom. The minion was in there using her phone. And again, this is the reality. This is understanding what is actually going on, federal stalking, demonic activity. This is terrorism. But you're also understanding what is dealing with them in their universe. They operate in form. This is a matter of public corruption. And so when you want to act like nothing is going on, which is what I'm revealing, exactly everything that's going on. And so then if that's the case, the minions can use their phone and I can use my phone. And you're threatening that another minion is going to come and create an issue when there is not one, because I'm doing the same that they are doing, which is a threat, as you minions are all monitoring together. Okay, which again, like I said, I'm not here for that. I'm going to document, and that's another incident of that same exact one. Just like I stated, that is the same exact one that engaged in criminal summoning. He engaged in making up information as I asked him the same. Well, really, what is it that I said? If you refer to my documentation, it's already published. What is it that I said about the security guard? And he said that I was cussing at him and that I was yelling from across the room. That's what this man that's what he said. This is the same one now that's coming and saying, oh, she said you called her the B word. Now that is literally, I documented it. You heard what I said. None of that came out of my mouth. This is how minions conduct themselves, okay? This is the pattern of conduct, and this is also the necessity of documentation. They are monitoring together. This is how demons behave. And you are talking about the criminal facilitation of an artificial prosecution. That's what the state engaged in. Making it up, in other words, in order to kidnap. This same entity engages in making up information as they are harassing and targeting together. All right. Very, very hostile to documentation. All right, that's a very teachable moment. It is 4:18 p.m. and that is sex offenders that are monitoring together, and the harassment that you encounter as they are hostile to being exposed as the sex offenders that they are, even being under the age of 18. When you're looking at that, this is no limitation to demon possession or what is the system that is operating behind the guise of the people themselves. All right, and I've shown you the same exact environment is present, and you are looking at a minion that is the guise under which harassment is underway. That minion was monitoring. All right. That minion may or may not be under the age of 18. I don't know, but I know that I'm able to use my phone in the bathroom, and I can hold my phone up and talk on my phone. And you're showing that you're focused and very aware of everything that I'm saying as you are engaging in trying to find a way to stop me from doing that. All right. So this is, as you document, revealing what are in fact, besides the fact that I've done it unilaterally based on the P.O.C, based on revealing what is ongoing, but even as I document and you witness, just like what you witness right now, these are indeed demons. These are minions. These are third parties. Well, actually, the patrons are third parties. The employees are state actors. And they are indeed not very good at acting like they're not the stalkers that I am revealing them to be, because that's what they're supposed to be acting like. And they're not doing that. It's 4:20 p.m. and that's P.O.C. All right, a couple of things with regard to the analysis, what I just captured, and I've already captured this before. So you're connecting the dots with regard to the analysis when you're prosecuting a public entity, a government that's engaging in terrorism, and doing so in concert with the people of the state. All right, so that's an epic prosecution. All right, and it is absolutely feasible. You are documenting the public entity's criminal pattern of conduct, and the people are third parties that are acting in concert and facilitating that pattern of conduct. The government cannot even do it without the people. Okay, and you're seeing the ways in which they engage in that together, engaging in the three elements as one entity, acting as one. And criminal obstruction of justice is inherent to that pattern of conduct. So the state's fake son, after following me from the library to T-Mobile at 101 North Euclid Avenue at the intersection of Holt and Euclid, where, by the way, the same fake son is captured remaining at that intersection, which is impossible to coexist with being directly over my head at that library entrance of 215 E.C. Street. But nonetheless, that's what I documented. State's fake son over me at the intersection of B Street and Euclid, where the Ontario Fire Department were monitoring at that vantage point, which is in perfect alignment, monitoring me while I'm inside of the library. Understand that from that location. All right, and that's what I mean with regard to monitoring with communication devices, and doing so while the minions inside of the library are stalking with activity, while the state keeps its fake son over me and directed light inside of that venue. The state is surrounding and third parties are surrounding, and what you saw with the Ontario Fire Department is what the state is doing on a constant basis. And in addition to what I show you when I'm outside, stalking and flying over on a constant basis with plane and helicopter. That's what the state is doing, all right? And I gave you an example of it as I've given you hundreds of examples, but as I left the library today, that's exactly what they're doing. They're sitting around stalking. That's the state that was monitoring. And what's their form? Putting up a camera. They could be doing whatever they want. The fake son left, and that is the context. The directed light follows. That is the context, all right? There is no form. Everything that they're doing and they're setting up, it's for ongoing criminal activity. That environment is maintained everywhere that I go, and they are monitoring. And that was demonic activity that you witnessed by the Ontario Fire Department. That is demonic activity, as I just captured video, literally. That is, as you're looking at that light, which is not sunlight, that is not conduct of sunlight just because you open and close a door. This is the asininity of the entity that is not in any way prepared for its tactics to be scrutinized, and that's common sense. That is not reflection of sunlight. That is both inside and outside, because that the state does that as well. But also, that's not the sun that remained literally over the library all day long, that left the roof of the library to remain above my head as I go to Euclid and Holt at 101 North Euclid at T-Mobile. That's not sunlight, nor any reflection off of mirrors, off of cars that's shooting on the walls inside of that T-Mobile. That's the directed light, the same directed light you're looking at on the floors and moving about as minions open and close that door. All right? You are looking at those who are demon possessed. That's what I'm telling you. As you're looking at the environment and I'm pointing it out to you, it is pointing the finger directly at the people, and you're witnessing demon possession. And it is as simple as that. They are of one mind. They are acting in concert in an environment deliberately maintained for that criminal purpose, which is terrorism, as demons are together engaging in this targeting system. That's exactly what all these videos that I am publishing. It is literally revealing criminal activity by a state, but it is the witnessing of what is demon possession. It is as precise as that. You are literally looking at the demon possessed. If you're thinking they're going to have 3 heads on their shoulders, you're mistaken. Understand that is their spiritual, I mean, demons look different. And I'm not even going to go into that. I'm going to leave that there, okay? It's difficult enough bringing this concept in such a way that the ordinary surveyor can at least approach understanding of what they're looking at. But you can look at something in the sky and understand based on the ongoing documentation that that's not possibly the sun. As unfathomable as it is, the facts speak for themselves. It is what it is. That's not the sun, all right? And that's not sunlight. The facts speak for themselves, regardless how unfathomable it is. The facts speak for themselves. And so with that, which you cannot disregard, this is objective facts and pursuant to ongoing documentation, the maintenance of this unnatural environment, that is pointing the finger not only at what is the criminal system that they're engaging in, but it is revealing that which is a demonic environment and demon possession. It is literally that clear of a connection. And that's literally what you're witnessing. As those people walk through the door, those are the demon possessed. Those are the same ones that are hostile to my documenting what is they're being sex offenders as they're engaging in stalking and terrorism in the bathroom. All right, which is what demons do. They engage in trying to find ways to passive-aggressively communicate their hostility, because that's what that was. A very calm exchange, but understand that that's a demon-possessed individual who is a sex offender and knows exactly what was going on in the bathroom, but is playing his role as one who was ignorant and was only given information, even though he had to discredit his information provider, as she is clearly making up information, but to understand that they're on the same team. They're monitoring together, regardless of their age. You're talking about that which is of the demonic, and what I am speaking to, what I'm documenting is that you're translating this. You're creating a legal framework for that which is ordinarily outside of the bounds of what would even be known or perceived. All right, but you're bringing that which is demonic, that which is wicked, that which is twisted and unfathomable, and otherwise you're not going to guess that's what's happening. But for documentation, nobody would ever believe it. Okay, and that is by design. Okay, that is by design. So that is the state's remaining of its light source, and that is documentation of really revealing what is demon possession, and as unfortunate as it is indiscriminate. And what I'm telling you is this environment is speaking to what is every single last person that is in relevant position is in that same condition. That's exactly what's going on at Ontario Town Square right now. Those are demons that are creating audible activity under that which is not the sun in directed light. That is being maintained around me. All right. These are demons that are patrolling around, walking around, riding their bikes around, singing on microphones, dancing around at the Ontario Town Square, walking around holding hands with their kids, clocking out of work at the Ontario Open Family Community Library, where directed light remains all day long inside of that venue. They're demons that are maintaining presence. That's what they're doing in an environment. You're not doing anything but maintaining presence. These are demons that are manning the path. They are group stalking together. It is absolutely demonic and demented conduct, right? And as I left from this same venue, the fake sun, as I captured, that is not the sun, that is the light source, remained in central position over my head, which I also was thorough enough to document, even though I have already documented and established this, because I want to take you point by point, and I'm showing you what is satanic. And this is terrorism by the state of California, because that's exactly how you're going to prosecute it. That's exactly what demented conduct amongst a group of people everywhere that you're going, including by the government, is designed to do. It's designed to terrorize. It's designed to defame you. It's designed to freak you out. It's designed to traumatize. It's designed to strike fear. All right? And that is reasonably the result of the ordinary target individual. That's exactly what it's designed to do. Okay? And the state is doing that with its conduct with light. The state is doing that with its conduct with audible activity. The state is doing that with its conduct with the state actors engaging in kidnapping, engaging in creating criminal cases where there is none, trying to create a mental health case when there is none, because they want to silence one who is revealing the public corruption that is rampant in the state of California. And the core cause. What is the direct source? In this situation that Erica Lorraine Spencer is documenting, I can't speak for every other situation of corruption that has been exposed in the past, but for this situation that I am documenting, this matter of public corruption, which is vast, is the direct source. The direct source is demon possession. All right, Satan having a hand over the very government and over the people of the state. All right, and it is that which is indiscriminate, and there is no exception. And not only is that something that is not readily dismissed, you cannot dismiss it because the documentation is establishing that. The documentation, you are engaging and maintaining an environment because you are not monitoring an American citizen by yourself. So the state is not stalking in a helicopter and monitoring by itself, just alone in that helicopter, or in other words, it's just the fire department and just the police department and just the sheriff's department and just the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, i.e. the state actors. That's not what the state is doing. The state is maintaining this environment because it is not doing it by itself. It's doing it with the people of the state. And that is also necessarily following because of the demonic conduct that they all are engaging in together. It's an identical behavioral pattern, and it is demonic. All right. And so that is also what is speaking to the existence of a system. You are necessarily engaging in what is the system's criminal pattern of conduct, and it is the outward demonstration of demon possession, because this is the source of what is ongoing. This is demonic conduct that is also criminal. All right, but it is demonic, and that's how you're getting to what is terrorism. Okay, because this is terrorism practiced by a government, and the government is putting the people of the state who are demon possessed, this is that which is occurring in the state of California, in the shoes of the government as they are engaging in this satanic routine, the satanic system together. All right, and it is unprecedented in that regard. So it's 6:06 p.m. And I did exit the venue, and that is, like I stated, like I have already established, like I continue to state, the state's light source that is over the same building. You are over the same building when you are visible while I'm inside of the building, while you're over my head while I'm standing outside of the building, while you remain over my head as I exit that building, leave that building, and return to that building. You are over the same building, over the same location as you are aiming light over and inside of that same venue, and that was substantial light, even suggesting that that's sunlight that's reflecting as you open and close the door. So you are, even through trying to feign, and you are not feigning, this is nowhere, you're not going anywhere with this light source, all right? You are not going to be visible. The actual sun would not be visible after 6 p.m. Where it is over my head at the same address at 10 o'clock in the morning. But remember, I have documented the state's fake sun over this venue as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. All right. So you can't remember that. All of the totality of documentation is what exists. I give baby steps because it is a gigantic issue, right? And it's something that has to be documented, and it is methodical with regard to understanding what the state is doing and breaking it down such that it can be understood. And the reason why it needs to be understood is because you're speaking to what is the necessity of policy. So how are you going to address this ginormous issue of corruption and demon possession? All right, demon possession, that's your own, frankly, that's your own issue. And I'm going to be clear, medication's not going to fix that. All right. Medication is not the antidote for demon possession, which is a psychopath. All right. So all you're doing is giving the psychopath a high. All right. Which they relatively enjoy. Okay. This demon possession is the operation of psychopaths in the state of California. You do not have to be an axe murderer to be a psychopath. All right. Just because they have not, in other words, and I'm not going to put it past anyone. These are criminals, and they are dangerous criminals. They are engaging in what is satanic conduct with every intent to continue to engage in it. Stalking somebody in a helicopter is a direct threat to the life of an American citizen. So I'm not reducing that at all. And that goes without saying. But let me be clear. Because you have not committed an axe murder does not mean that you are not capable of that. All right. I am not equating the ordinary third-party group stalker with an axe murder. I'm just letting you know what is the definition of a psychopath. That is one that is deriving pleasure from doing that which is wicked, that which they know is right, that which they know is wrong. All right. Trying to maintain that which they understand to be socially acceptable. All right. That which they know to be actually the right thing, while they are in complete opposition to that posture. All right, that's a psychopath with full knowledge of what they're doing. That is not insanity where you don't know what you're doing, you don't know right from wrong, you're not sure, you don't have this judgment. No, that's not what we're dealing with. All right, this is the entirety of this form which this system is premised upon. These are psychopaths, very dangerous ones, that are acting as a gang. All right, so you think about the Crips and the Bloods multiplied by that, because this is the government and this is the very people. The people of the state, any race, any age, it's not limited. All right, that is a very credible threat. It's an unprecedented threat, and it is a threat that is intended to terrorize. This is the state of California engaging in terrorism as satanic conduct is underway. All right, on a ceaseless basis. All right, and so with regard to the state's light, that is what I captured in video, and I will be publishing that, and that is literally the remaining of the state's fake sun in direct contrast with every other venue, but let alone in direct contrast with nature and common sense in and of itself, the fact that it stayed over the same venue, which the state engages in routinely. Okay, that is the ongoing theme, stalking with light. Stalking with light is demonic. Right? It is relevant to what is light activity, all right, and the maintenance of presence by the group stalkers that are the state and third parties together, all right, with the maintenance of audible activity, all right, and that is the pattern of conduct. It is 6:10 p.m. and that is P.O.C. I want to be clear. I want to make sure I tether. When I'm documenting the entity, I just want to close up with this one point. You need to understand with regard to, like, any other crime, even though this is unlike any other crime, but understand the founding principles apply. Like any other crime, when you're holding hands with your partner with whom you're robbing the bank with, and it is reasonably foreseeable that someone may die when you're engaging in such a dangerous crime, right? So if someone dies, if your partner dies, even though you two didn't plan on killing anybody, but you plan on robbing a bank, and somebody dying in the midst of robbing that bank, that's reasonably foreseeable to occur when you're engaging in such a violent crime. All right. In the same way, I'm going to analogize this. When the government is engaging in federal stalking and doing it in concert with the people of the state, everything that is every harm precipitating while that criminal system is in operation, not only is it reasonably foreseeable, and understand the crime is the ongoing activity is the very threat to your life. Everything that's happening while that is underway is reasonably foreseeable in that regard. Okay. Secondly, my point is that understand every actor, every state and third party actor that I have already documented and continue to document, they are the ones who hit me with the vehicle and who have routinely engaged in kidnapping and who have engaged in defamation and who have engaged in the perpetual sex offense against my person and against my ordinary sensibilities. This is how you are analyzing what the government is engaging in. And this is that which was never contemplated by legislation, that the state is a sex offender, and it is. That the state is a kidnapper, and it is. That the state is a stalker, and it is, okay, and may do so through through the multiplicity of faces. This is group conduct at its core, all right? It is premised upon group conduct. It is cooperative, coordinated conduct. These are the demon-possessed who are engaged in coordinated conduct. They are of one mind, while outwardly appearing as though they are separate and distinct and engaging in different conduct, and they are not. All right, this is demonic activity at work, and it is public corruption. Right, so I just want to be clear on that. It is 6:12 p.m. and that is the P.O.C. Ontario Town Square, as I have already published, but that is a facilitating venue as this demonic festivities are ongoing. Those are demons that are literally engaging in terrorism while they engage in enjoying what is loud, audible activity under the environment that the state is maintaining, all right, which the state uses to amplify, just like the state does with every other method. And by that I mean methods, because that's all they are. They're methods. Screaming versus a train versus a plane versus a car horn versus using your voice versus playing music. They're methods of audible activity, period. All right? That is P.O.C. And it is 6:13 p.m. That's helicopter over the Ontario Town Square over me. That's a blue and white light helicopter flying right over me. I'm sorry, not the Ontario Town Square. Ontario Town Square is in relevant position, creating audible activity. State's fake sun remains. Directed light remains under the same exact shaded walkway like I pointed out this morning. And the state is flying horizontal, meaning flying what is west directly over me as I look up as I'm underneath the side of the Ontario Open Family Community Library. Minion sitting on the bench outside of 280 North Lemon Apartments. This is a white male, an aged white male with balding on the top. He's monitoring. 280 North Lemon Apartments, they're patrolling in the parking lot using their vehicles. Their brake lights are facing me. They're pacing around in that parking lot. They're monitoring to demonic activity. They are walking in the state's directed light through the center of the walkway in between the Ontario Open Family Community Library and the senior center while the state is flying over in a helicopter. And the state's fixed sun, as I've already shown you, as I move from the library, remains in alignment with me. Right back down toward the museum direction, like it follows me from the museum in the morning. All right? Understand what the state is doing. It's not going anywhere with its light source. And these are demons monitoring together. All right, that's Ontario Town Square, though. What you're listening to, Ontario Town Square, I believe, is a state facilitating venue, and you're listening to the evidence of that state actor to be prosecuted for monitoring, engaging in terrorism, and facilitation of that conduct in concert with the people as demons are surrounding. All right, this is 6:18 p.m. That's P.O.C. Let me say 6M. NS084 7NOE 313 8WYA 593 7ELP 314. Hold on. 7RVZ 985 DU744. That's a handicap. 14970B3. That group stalker that you heard talking, she's driving. She stops driving abruptly to yell something out the window. She's maintaining audible activity. 8WYA593. This is pacing in the parking lot. 8SQL640. And the state just did a U-turn over this parking lot of 280 North Lemon Apartments in the City Hall and the Senior Center, flying right over this parking lot, making a U-turn while they're pacing in the parking lot. Okay? So understand all the ways in which the Ontario Town Square is engaging in criminal facilitation and what is terrorism as they're engaging in demonic activity together as the elements are being maintained. All right, it is currently 6:21 p.m. I'm going to give you a picture of what's directed light that's just appearing in the atmosphere out of nowhere, where this is entirely shaded. I'm going to show you. It's P.O.C. All right, I did capture just light appearing in the atmosphere while these demons are patrolling around. And this Satan right here, she's got Satan's horns on her vehicle, 6EVA368. She's representing. All right, she's representing the losing side. I am currently being molested with the light that I just captured the video on the edge of that car, and my shadow is appearing on the asphalt in front of those vehicles. The state is aiming light, and that's supposed to be hitting from the city hall around. I'm just providing you what is a nonsense. That's not an explanation. The state is molesting with directed light. 41571D3. All right. 8JMB 890 7UQG 771 44320E2 60976Y2 8SML 759 8CKN 534 6RTV 881 6WDN 231 8XHS 732 8RUV 463, 8RPZ 597, 8HTB 282, 8FXA 025, 8DGP 434, 8HKS 858, 7PGX 880, BS 59P15 paper plate, 5ZVR 145, 8BHF 025, DFQ L30, that's a Florida plate. And 6EV8368 is loitering in the relevant position at the opposite end of the parking lot of the 280 North Lemon Apartments. 7GKC474, 8NPF714, 8NEB854, 8SAF 541. If I read their license plate more than once, it's because they're pacing around me. 8APB 900, 7GSF 949, 8258 7S1, 8EGP 883, 8WTV 307, 6RRC 880, 1KULCAR 6WXL 975, XFR SRT 8KPD 971, 7UUN 561, 315 38Y2 8BNJ 576, 8UZA 600, 7PVR 641, 7NXM 734, 7NJH 054, 6HGP 691, 6STY 743, 6VNU 790, TOY OYD, I believe. Let me get this one. TOYOYO. Okay. 8UVD 249, 7ZEZ 850. 8TFC 230, 7XUY 490. 7FJU011. 6WXL 975, in case I didn't read that one already. All right, and just where I was showing you, the state has directed light just manifesting in the shade as they are walking through it, all right? And they're driving around in circles in the parking lot. This is demonic activity, all right? All right, license plate. Oh, JOB7, all right, 7KOV493. 6EVA368 is turning on their light signals with the motorcycle. That is 17B4683. That's a motorcycle. 8Z36898. 8BVA461. 8RBG975. 6ATE577. 7PO3111. That's City of Ontario, I believe. I believe this is the City of Ontario vehicle. Yeah. And so City of Ontario. All right. Third party license plate is 8WFS571, 8CNK991, 6SQV962, 7TJX243, 7JQX812, 8KZJ429, 6BXX266, 8EIT301, 1040C handicap. 8JPA050, 7XUY490, 7HOH386, 7PLN641, 8EQD820, 8TWJ839, I believe I read that one already, and 7ZQE710. Ontario Police crossing path in a white pickup truck, patrolling in directed light under the fake sun with the rest of these demons. It is 7XCR376. All right, so the fake sun is now in direct alignment with what is B Street and Plum, and no longer in alignment with the entrance of the library. All right, so they are now, well, not they are now, but they are pacing in what is directed light that is coming from whereas the state's fake sun is moving as I move, and they're patrolling in that light. All right, that's the maintenance of the environment. This is demon possession, 8LDY 567. Nothing ladylike about demon possession. Demon possession is very, very sickening. It's not cool. It's not cute. 8VRL 231, I believe, or 731. 8XBR 835. Ontario Police, but you already know that. 07957F2 6C24094. 5NKD360, 8E46079, 8KNV787, 8VRL731, 7NGA 405. 8RDW 070. 4MHC 572. Ontario Police 1292458. Ontario Town Square is no form for what is ongoing federal stalking in direct light and under the fake sun. So they still have zero form. This is license plate, paper plate AV85179 5NOZ723. They also have zero form as they have engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. So you already know what they are doing. AB9185. Papa John's and license 8JTA 734. And the state is flying over in helicopter. All right, Ontario Police is manning the position at the west end of B Street and Lemon, where I documented the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department this morning under the fake sun, and the fake sun is at the same street, no longer in alignment with the library. 1388413. And that's the light that the Ontario Police are manning position in alignment to me. 8RTC 230. 7LYB 202. 8DZR 648. 6APA 134. 8VKS 500. 4CGL 144. All right, I did capture video of what you saw, demonic activity. The state is stalking with activity as he moves his car, the Ontario Police. 5FGB 928, 8RUS 344, 5X65 396. And in the background, because this is what you're paying attention to, not only are these demon-possessed stalkers who are engaged in kidnapping, but the fake sun is right behind, just like the fake sun was right behind the Sheriff's Department on the same street this morning, okay? That's what you're looking at. They have zero credibility. You're looking at the fake sun beaming. And the creation of what? Light activity as they use that police vehicle. Just like the Ontario Fire Department was on the same street today after it left the roof above my head at the Ontario Open Family Community Library. This is the same street, okay? This is B Street. State's fake sun right over me on B Street. All right, that's what I just captured in a picture with regard to the Ontario Police Department. This old geezer serving Satan, 6RRC800. All right? She's old as hell and she's going to burn in hell, okay? She's monitoring with the state engaging in a satanic system with the Ontario Police Department, all right? Directed light all over the Metro 102 apartments on the shade, shooting from the vehicle as she is driving east on B Street, where the state's fake sun is in alignment, hitting the back of her car, and to the passenger side, that is to the left side, directed light sweeping across that apartment building, what the people are doing all day long, while the Ontario Police is right here on the opposite side. Zero credibility, demonic activity. All right, they are stalking, and the Ontario Town Square is no form. You don't even have any form when you're engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. It doesn't exist. I mean, but I'm just breaking the system down. You don't have any form, but they literally don't have any form. 6NIS 121. And in my video, as I start capturing video, as I press video, that's the demon that's animating the police. You see the vehicle moving, he abruptly moves and then stops. Understand the people, those are cars that you see, that's not the explanation. He's stalking with activity. He's been sitting there for a prolonged period of time. The moment I press record, he abruptly moves his vehicle. That's called stalking with activity. That demon that is animating that officer, that police officer, is acting out, all right? And you're looking at the outward conduct. While he, by the way, the fake sun is the backdrop, all right? 5VXG219, 6NIS 121. 8B85242. Directed light on the asphalt behind that truck. 6JDW421. 5VXG219. And I documented the license plate of that Ontario Police vehicle, but I don't need it. The Ontario Police Department and any state actor that you want to document as the system is underway, they're readily identifiable. I'm very specific though, and I do want to even get down to the officer in that vehicle at that time and who it is, and that's how detailed I am with mine. 8UWM287 08859Y1 and 6ZLM984. It is 6:35 p.m. And what I captured in video was the state's fake son that is no longer in alignment with the Ontario Open Family Community Library entrance, as I captured while I was standing inside of the doors of the library. And I showed you what was directed light all over the floor and how that is not sunlight, and nor is any door opening and closing going to create a wall of light on that wall that you see my shadow in as I close the door after showing you that, and then it disappears. Pay attention to the video. Pay attention. 8CBD191. And what you're going to pay attention to also is this video that I just captured of the Ontario Police while that demon-possessed stalker is stalking with activity using that police car, 7DNC 511, is that light, which is not sunlight, as I already showed you, is not going to be present nor remain as the state is moving north and south up what is, I guess, across the Ontario Town Square, because it's in perfect alignment with me. It was over my head while the Ontario Fire Department were at the same intersection this morning of Euclid and B. The Ontario Police Department is right here at Euclid and Lemon, the same intersection, and this is the state's fake son at that same intersection. Okay, I'm just pointing out this is just common. This is what documentation establishes, and the facts speak for themselves. And that's a fact. That is a fact. But you saw that. Not only am I telling you that's directed light, which is established based on long-term observation, but that's also not going to be sunlight as the state is moving around north and south. So you're saying that now that sunlight is gone, as the sun has migrated south to be in alignment with B Street now? Is that what you're saying? So what about when I don't stay in the library until after 6 p.m.? Then what? Okay, because you're suggesting that that's the sun, and I mean, you're looking at that's supposed to be sunlight inside on the floors, right? This is what the state is doing, and this is what it is positing. This idiot, this psychopath is positing as it engages in this conduct that you document, okay? And you are stuck with that as you document it. You're stuck with it. Anyway, it is 6:37 p.m. I just wanted to document all these minions, including the Ontario Police Department stalking also on a little golf cart, which they were doing this morning with the fire department as well, and the directed light, all right, where the state is covering the building of the Metro 102. He's driving on the same street in the same directed light. That is the demon-possessed wearing Ontario Police Department uniform, and engaging in what is outwardly an event, right? This is how demons conduct themselves, and that is so sad. This is how demons conduct themselves outwardly. They've got a whole big old event going on, and all they're doing is monitoring together. They're demons that are targeting an American citizen. And how do you know that? The directed light, the fake sun, the demonic behavioral pattern, light just appearing out of the atmosphere in the shade, like it's reflecting off the city hall to hit at that same tendency to touch me and touch something in front of where I'm at, which is impossible. Light is not bouncing off of buildings and windows and reaching at a span across a distance in order to, what? That is ridiculous. That's what the state is doing. It's not just ridiculous, it's demonic, okay? It's absolutely demonic. And the Ontario Police Department is surrounding. They are at state facilitating venue, the Ontario Fire Department, using their police lights. I'm looking at them through the Ontario Civic Center area. You can see their lights on the opposite side where the Ontario Fire Department is, in that parking lot area. They're using their police lights. That's surrounding. State's fake sun is on this side over here. The Ontario Police Department using their lights on the opposite side over there. That's called audible activity, CCR 901. OJV 722. All right, that's J192, looks like a handicap. 15068. T2. 8JZA 751. All the demons came out and you can document them. 8TBB 871. All the demons want to come out and you can document them. They're engaging in terrorism. This Ontario Town Square event is an act of terrorism. facilitated by the state itself. And understand, it's facilitated by the people because they're monitoring. 8JUV254. The state relies on the people to provide form. There is none, but this is how the system works. 8HKS858. All right, directed light streaming off of the passenger sides of their cars while the fake sun is hitting the back of their cars. 7NDC511. 7WXD545. So understand, as they are pacing, because that's what this is, they're pacing in traffic in the street, just like the Ontario police vehicle was. I'm sorry, the Ontario police officer was in a golf cart, while the state is surrounding the perimeter with their police lights. All right, this is pacing while the state is maintaining light all around in the perimeter. All right, 8TRL146. 7L2035. 4VUH813. 77898E1. 8EEY237. All right, that's Papa John's again. Pacing back and forth. Papa John's engaging in terrorism with the Ontario police. Understand that. Papa John's has engaged in kidnapping. Will be charged with that. All right. 8EEY237. You're acting with the entity that has engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. That's how that's going down. 8TYP886. That's audible activity and directed light. License 7VYV205 N531GO. BR80A38 paper plate. 63907G3. All right, so you're in the state's fake sun, directed light across the buildings while they're driving by, and the Ontario police creating light activity using their police vehicles. 8EYF687, 8WJP517, 8KBJ881, 89604N2, 5YYT036.
Bro, this shit, it didn't work.
8KFB163. 64161A3. 4XMC574. 7XZK373. Yeah, 64161A3. I read that one already. And I believe I read this one already as well. Yeah, 8KBJ881. License SIRLS3. 1887 7W2 7NVT 527. Ontario Town Square Townhomes, this is a facilitating venue. They are all in relevant position in their homes. They are not residences, private residences, providing any shelter. These are third-party facilitating venues. Criminal monitoring is underway, terrorism is underway, and you can prosecute every single last one of them while they sit in relevant position inside of that facilitating venue, where the state is surrounding with directed light under a fake sun and the police monitoring in concert with the state. All right, 8EMW998. That's Metro 102. That's Ontario Town Square Townhomes. That is the state facilitating video of the Ontario Fire Department. All right. License 10054U2, 17945X2, 7W09352, 7MBW344, because I didn't read that one already. This is a paper plate. BE16C98. 8TPZ679, 6BAJ246, 7XZK373, 4VHU813. Directed light on this fool's face. 4XMC574. Directed light is on this idiot's face. I'm about to call him a different name. 8JCY025, 8CHN361. And that was stalking with activity honking the horn as I start to lap. 7ZGU888, 6VRB320, 5NQB604. Ontario Police.
Hi, Erica.
Crossing path. Who are you?
Hi, Erica.
Who are you?
I know you.
Why?
Because I know you.
Why?
Erica.
Who are you?
Hi, Erica.
Bye, stalker. License plate 6JFE646. That's the Ontario police officer admitting that he's a stalker. Don't know that dude. 8XBD338. And I don't know them I don't have to know them to document group stalking. But understand, he has to be a stalker. How did you know my name? I don't know him. BS25873, 8AKK221, 8XBD339. Just sitting in the middle of the parking lot area, just stopping and reversing his light activity. And his saying hi Erica, that's let me analyze that. Let me break that down for you. First of all, that's the state, that's audible activity and monitoring coming out of the mouth of one who is repeatedly engaging in kidnapping. He represents that agency. And that is also a threat as he is identifying me personally. 7W09352, which I already documented that one. 8PVE191, 7LVX054, 5XLC779. While I'm over here documenting the Ontario Police Department, and I'm documenting group stalkers, minions, they are jointly engaging in what is demonic activity together. Minions, this is terrorism. And out of the mouth of a state actor, stating my name, and having no basis, regardless of any narrative you have no basis to know my name. 1388413, 8PSZ692, 8BRM704, 8ACY380, Ontario Police again 1292458. I already read that one already. 8ACY380. Oh yeah, I read that one. Sorry. 8AKK221. Alrighty. 8F65782. All right. 5FFL308, 7EAS497, 5FFL308, 7RXZ264, 7Y stalking with activity as I change my face muscles because I'm frowning to recognize this plate. These are demons. They're stalking with activity. 7YXK128. There ain't nothing cool about being a stalker. 4VHU923. Okay? 5GWS727, 7NGA405, 6TCU563, 51700T1, 8PUR716. 6TCU563. 5GNT801. Let's see, 8TO2R35. Ontario Police are monitoring to this plane activity. These group stalkers that I'm documenting monitoring to this plane activity, right? License 8BRM704, 9529, that's some out-of-state plate, 6XDN656, and that's amplification. It's flying over Metro 102, but that's literally the tape of the sound of a plane. All right, it's amplification. The skateboard is audible activity as well. 8RUM126. From the plane to the skateboard, all right, demons. 8ACY380. And this is pathetic because you're understanding the system that they're engaging in, and it's absolutely pathetic. They are here monitoring one person who is documenting every single last one of them. They're pathetic. It's all about, when you think about it, and they're all about one person. It is absolutely pathetic and an admission of worthlessness. All right. Oh, this one keeps patrolling. But let me document this one that keeps patrolling. 6416-183. License 5FFL308. Monitoring. Crossing path again. 7YXK128. And that goes for the Ontario Police Department. You're talking about you're supposed to have some level of nobility, and no, they're demons. They are demons. I'm showing you the cockroaches. I'm peeling off that shell. You're looking at cockroaches. 7BBZ531, and they are inferior beings. All here about one person. The one that's documenting them, the one that's going to prosecute them. 6416-183. All right. Has nothing else better to do. Definitely needs to lotion that elbow. License 7RXZ264. All right, Ontario Police monitoring to all of this patrolling conduct by demon-possessed stalkers. All right, and this is how the people you're engaging in terrorism while you are pacing around in the environment. All right, that is the communication of a threat, while the state is also stalking via plane and by police. You don't have any form. This is the same stalking conduct. License 8AWD293, 8NTM231, 8ML123, I believe. Can't really see that one. 8ALP287, 3826382. And 25317G2, 7GTX722, 2657, 3U1, flying over Metro 102 apartments in Ontario Town Square again, 8XTAHOE, right? Not flying over the museum, like I showed you in a series of pictures and on my podcast, like the state is doing while I'm there, flying right here, where the Ontario police are stalking, right? Via Ontario Town Square, which is no form. They're engaging in terrorism together. 6JXX220, 8ACY380, 7ZQP698. Union Pacific and Amtrak, but I can see it, it's Union Pacific. And that's a microphone, that's amplification. AVPL 998, 8LHE 699. And you can even tell by the way you hear it, it sounds like it's on a megaphone. That's not the train, that's amplification. These are demons, they are demented psychopaths. Monitoring with minor children too. License plate 1968. Union Pacific engaging in monitoring with the Ontario Police 51700T1 E805XL, which Union Pacific is always doing that because the Ontario Police remain stalking in relevant position. All right, but the Ontario Police are out conspicuously stalking through form that they don't have. All right, but Union Pacific is providing a soundtrack while they're stalking in plain sight. 60124 handicap, 6416183 Ashley is crossing path again. License plate 7XXM381 2GFK612. This is audible activity 8DFA637 8S51204. Eight SWS298. Amplified plane activity over the same intersection. 8 VSF 628. Um 7T00009. 4 VBL 54. I'll get the rest of that in a second. License 51700T1. This is so sad. It's so pathetic. 7D13733. This is the reality of the demon possessed, though. 4VHU813. I just want to point that out. POT APL. 4VBL540. 25317G2. LNU 734. And like I was speaking to, expounding upon this morning, the demon-possessed are of one mind. So you're looking at, and I am documenting what are a series of vehicles, right? Apparently coming from different places, looking for parking spaces in the environment, right? And they are of one mind. This demon possession, they are of one mind, one coordinated act together. BS27W09, 7EAS497, BVSF 628, 6PQZ 175, 7TXY 627, 8LHF 012. I think I read this one. 6PQZ 175. 7HBX 882. And 8F65782. This is audible activity with a flashing light on a balloon. That's how Group Stalker is monitoring right now. License 49719V2. 7ABV347. Ontario Police monitoring to the sound of this little shuttle as they're crossing path, and Ontario Police is using their light activity behind at the Ontario Fire Department and remaining in relevant position at the opposite end of B Street and Lemon. 7ABV 347, 8HWF 923. 8HW, yeah. It is, by the way, 6:54 p.m. License plate. Yes, I read that one. 7CTD 479 24493S2. Seven CID 479 is taking forever to cross path. 8JUR 702. 8AVR 257. I'm sorry. 7SYR 006. BVVY 227. 8CLP 301. Yeah, I read that one right. 7TXK 627. I'm just pacing in and out. That's traffic on a microphone. All right. All right. Route 66 forever to be linked with and associated with demonic activity. All right. These are the freaks of nature. License plate. Oh, can't see no license plate on that one. 8B18005 and 7D13733. 8BYS 046 48344J2. 7KST 681. 9835 2X1. 6H68626. 7WXR 837. So again, that's 6H68626. XIMENNA. 1610237, City of Ontario. Yeah, you already know what's going on there. License 6YKN179. All right, this is 7D13733. Where that one? 6YKN179. Let's see. 8PUK557. 8XCE009. 6EVE917. 7UIU584. 97995D3. 7KST681. All right, so this is the maintenance of light while demons are crossing paths with their vehicles. And remember, the state's directed light is always present. Just like I showed you, just appearing out of nowhere, inexplicably, on the ground and on the car around me. And my shadow appearing, 8LHF012. This is how they're maintaining light activity. All right, this is why the state can cover up its fake sun, all right? And that is not suggesting that the pattern of conduct stops. The state is a stalker and a psychopath. 8G52380. All right, the people stalk with light. The state is stalking with directed light at all times. At all times. 7HBX. Let's see. 7HBX. Come on, Grandpa. 7HBX882. 15011G3 97995D3. 8HWF 923. 8RHF 987. 88. Oh, I read that. Sorry. Let me see. 8H. Yeah, I read that. PDSGN. Supposed to be P design, I guess. 48148V2, I believe. Eight NZF 490. It is 6:59 p.m. 8 VLZ 925. Right, I did capture that on video, and as I begin video, showing you what is the fake moon, which is literally on the same intersection where the state's fake sun just set on the opposite side after leaving the entrance of the library, all right? And you have what is the state that's flying over, very concentrated on my location, and the demons start using light, emphasizing light. City of Ontario does so. I captured on video, and that group stalker that I captured on video. 5CQX870, all right? 8SME238. They are in every way focused on what I am doing. 8VMA696 and engaging in reactive conduct while they're maintaining presence. These are demons that are maintaining presence together collectively. 8SME238. 8GUG055. BRDA38. I can't really see that one. That's a paper plate. 8HWF923 and 8UVD 249. All right, and that video that I captured, the moment that I start capturing video, you got a demon that immediately stops, turns on their hazards, immediately stops. City of Ontario speeds down the street, turns on the vehicle lights. 8VMA696. That's the demonic. That is the demonic. License plate. Reacting to my capturing video. License plate is ZCY841. Demon possessed. 8SNL867. 6JXX220. 8X9818. 8URS599. A demon driving a patrol vehicle. 8SME238. They are driving literally under what is the fake moon. That is central to where I'm at on the same block. Let me stress that. The same block where the state's fake sun was on this opposite side as I'm capturing that demon driving the Ontario police vehicle. The state's fake sun is on the opposite side of the block. Okay? This is where the fake moon is. All right? Where the state keeps its fake moon over me at the museum as well, and over me at Economy Inn. All right? And over me at the Ontario Overfamily Community Library. All right? And over me as I walk down the street at any location and as I am in transit. 7J SW883. I can't really see that one. Let me scratch that. 8BXG188. No turning there. You're just creating light activity, Satan. Let's see. License plate 6YYB214. 8RHF987. Making a U-turn and touching. 6YYB214. Satan literally just drove in a circle in that intersection. All right? In order to touch, and that's stalking with activity because I am moving around because I start walking, so they're touching. That's a sex offender who I just documented, and that's the entirety of the entity. They're engaging in ongoing sexual violence. The state is molesting with directed light right now. That doesn't stop, but I'm just pointing out the specific acts, the affirmative acts that they engage in while they're psychopath stalkers. They got issues with touching. You prosecute for every incident. 8MIM382. 7PHS956. 8XDF698. 3823OG3. All right, sounding off car alarms just randomly. 24E9723. Patrolling around on that motorcycle, that scooter bike. This is, let me see, license plate 8HWF923. This little minion has nothing else to do. It's very sad. 4VHU813. License 7:04 p.m. Oh, wait. Goodness gracious. Sheesh. Okay, 7FLZ607. 6LPS758. 4432OE2. 7NRZ635. 7:05 p.m. 5JBZ685. 6BLT542. 8MIATA. And 7CMC093. License 8RON514. 8PVB020. 7CMC093. Read that one. 6NPA606. creating light activity using the street lights. That's audible activity and light activity. All right. 8 WOD 420. 6 BLT 542 8 JZH 314. It's 7:06 p.m. 5. Oh, I got this one. That's audible activity. 5 JBZ 685. The fake moon is right here, and the state's flying over the same building. All right. It's P.O.C. and all that they are doing is maintaining presence. 6 RHV 962 touching while the state is stalking in an airplane. That's very violent, sexual, and terrorizing conduct. And this is license plate PDSGN 7RXX 183 8 BRW 035. XNK869, providing that audible activity while they're all touching together. 49, I'm trying to see that one. 7RXY183. Yeah. 7YPY461. 7RHY672. This is audible activity. These are minions on skateboards creating audible activity. 7R. It is 7:07 p.m. License 8UXH460, 8XEV774, 8WIN 9. I can't really see the rest of that one. Let's see, 5GRB250, I believe. And it is 7:08 p.m. Let's get this creeper. License 8HV962. I'm sorry. DS859 8XON076. Both of them driving the incorrect way down the block street in order to touch as I move. 6RHV962. All right. They're stalking with activity, going out of their way to touch, maintaining activity because I'm engaging in movement. All right. And they did so by driving down the street that is blocked. By any means necessary. That's the sex offender. 6YPY461. License plate, directed light in front of that car, DS859, goes back to drive the proper way. He was crossing path and touching because I was moving, stalking with activity. 8XON236, I believe. 7MBZ767, 8X98118, 7EAS497. It's 7:09 p.m. 7XTP014. Ontario, is that Ontario Police? Yeah. Group stalking like a mug. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's Ontario Police. That's another stalker driving one of the golf carts. 7XTP, they're monitoring together all the same. 7XTP014. Eight VMG 706. And it is 7:09 p.m. 8VOV600. Let's see. 7ZTM959. 6MHB549. 8TTF924, 8CBK640, 6416183, finally found a parking spot. 72602Y2, 8VFX675, 5V SR134, 7FXD839, BS91W31 paper, AT38ROO paper, 7RYX121, 7MZP329, 8EML776, because a little motorcycler waiting. The state facilitating venue around the city of Ontario. Let me see, 16Z2884. All right, stalking in the path. He's waiting for me to come. 8DYS579. This is 8EML776. Yeah. Okay. And as I capture what is the state's fake moon that's right cozy over that little corner of Ontario Town Square townhomes right above me where the state's fake sun is, I capture right over that same townhome community in the morning while the state follows me from the museum to Shire's Liquor to the library. That's where the state's fake moon is, and it is progressing down as I walk down the street. 8PN2827, I can't really see that one. CJT7221, 8CLP301. ZOOMN2, 7TLD003, 8NGRO46, 8WKG599, 6JJG129, 8EJS036, 8SUG865. It is 7:12 p.m. 8EAX502, 8MTZ372, JXR6200, that's a Texas plate, 8UXV964, BAK4218, BS27W09 paper. XQU966. You hear that car alarm? Supposedly nobody's around, but as I make a different move, somebody sounds their car alarm. License 9RACRX. That's called stalking with activity. City of Ontario, you're gonna know that. It is 7:13 p.m. 8SZB 402. G3. 5FYH623. Ontario Fire Department crossing path while this group stalker whose license plate I read is stalking with light in the path, and I have 3 shadows around me. So Ontario Fire Department crosses path on a golf cart. All right, they're engaging in federal stalking and terrorism with these demons. 6AMS113, monitoring with the Ontario Fire Department, who is skating around on a little golf cart while the fake moon is remaining over my head, moving with me until I'm at the parking lot of LaVerne College of Law, where the state's fake sun goes to the back side of the library as I'm facing this venue, while I'm inside of that library where the state's fake sun is all day long. That's where I'm at, and the state's fake moon is right over what is the Ontario Fire Department, right? Keeping intel with me. 8KGZ031, 8LXE682, 7REB842. No longer over Ontario Town Square townhomes, all right? Not even anywhere over there. 8SXN912. Let me get close. 7CKY457, 8LMM452, 6UGY058, 8JNL203. 196J08, that's a Nevada plate. U.S.MCYO. BS30X37, that's a paper plate. 7XO1235. 6NBB039. 8FZR 8FZR790. 7ZYJ553. 8XVX134. 8JAG 782, 8VNZ 521, 7TYE 783, 6XSK 683. Ew, nasty. 8EIX 870, 5VYE 774, 7MXP 852, 7NQD 617, 8VCA 080, 7XUR 356, 8KOJ 810, 6VJM 198, and 7VGY 600, stalking with light. Sounding sirens as he's crossing paths, stalking with light. Right? That's the demonic coordinated conduct. 6YIX 615, 7TMP 578, 7LKZ 029, 6RDH 023, 5UNT 585. Group stalking sitting in the parking lot of College of Law, of Laverne College of Law. 68TK 362, 7YSS 750, 7ZXK 081, 8LEV 250, 4NKE 981, 8VMT 479, 8MVF 362. Hi, is this a parking area for the event?
For the event, yeah.
Is it free? Are you guys charging?
Oh, you need a parking pass.
Where do you pay for the parking passes, or? I'm guessing it's free because it looks like.
Say, yeah, students can come in here for free too.
Oh, okay, yeah. No. But I know where the event is over here. I was just curious. Thank you. I know I'm good. I'm just documenting. 8LFC 242. That is Black Knight Patrol. 7YHG 516, 4GFC 438, 7YSK 668, paper plate BD 93E92, 50655E1, 7PJC 571, BLSH 660. It is 7:18 p.m. And in case I didn't get these, 4GFC 438, 8VPW 657, 8NJS 045, 4NTW 122, 8UML 465, 7UEH 518, 8JUR 702. Okay, it is 7:18 p.m. All right, taking a picture of the state's fake moon, which is right over here over the Ontario Fire Department, in alignment with me, moving from not even over, visible over the Ontario Town Square, nowhere near that apartment, that Town Square apartment homes. And the people begin patrolling, just like the city of Ontario zooms down the street in order to cross paths with their peculiarized light, just like that group stalker stops right in front of me and turns on their hazards. As I begin using my phone, all right, I'm turning on my camera. The minions that are the people of the state, these are demons, all right, they start patrolling down this little side street of the parking lot, and the state molests me with directed light because that's not their headlights that are reaching that distance. At the same time, also, as I begin operation, taking a picture of that, of the state's fake moon, and that's what you're capturing, and that's what's ongoing. That's what the people are doing as I'm taking those pictures. 8TNU 967 is of that bunch. All right, and I'm taking a picture of what are the people that are in relevant position. They're lining up on that street. All right. And they are under what is the fake moon that is moving in alignment with me, okay? That is the stalking of the environment. The people are stalking as well. And they are also stalking in real time with what I'm doing on my phone. This is demonic activity, all right? Showing you how they engage in that. These are literally psychopaths. They are sex offenders that know when your panties are down. They know what hand that you're using in the bathroom. It is that detailed. It is that vivid with regard to demons. They don't have to look at you. They're violent sex offenders who are hostile to being exposed as demon-possessed stalkers as well. And this is that affirmative conduct of entering inside of the bathroom when they already know what you're doing, and doing more so of it as I document. That's what I documented today. Patrolling inside of the bathroom as I capture the fake sun and make those pivotal points about how they are sex offenders and what they're doing in the bathroom with the knowledge that they have as they're doing it. And then you've just got more demons that are patrolling in and out. And that's when I'm also documenting what is the harassment while those sex offenders are hostile, because I'm documenting them. Imagine that. You prosecute for that. And there are many sex offenders that are going to federal prison. Excuse me.
Yeah,
thank you. No, you're not. You're a stalker. Anyway, license plate 6ZW848, 6ZWX848, excuse me. 7ECO637. 8WDY855. 8SQU701. 6THG096. 7CKG434. 7XAZ263. 6ZMW109. All right, 8WDY855 is not proceeding forward. They're maintaining presence, understand that. All right, so while I'm back here at this street, they're not driving. That one's not driving, it's just sitting there in the street, and no, they're not honking because they are maintaining presence, all right? 8VZM217, they do what they're doing deliberately, all right? 8PEG179. 7ROT680. I think I read this one, 8PKE278. 7XQR653. 8XFB550. 5365OP2. And let me tell you what else. They are both engaging in psychopath stalking, but also wanting to limit as many third-party and state actors as they know that is being documented. They want to limit that as much as they can. They can't. Satan came out, and I'm going to document it. Right? That ongoing demonic behavioral pattern occurring on a massive scale while they're out here with zero form, but present, acting via Ontario Town Square. You can attribute it to that. 8GYT922. 7CKG, I already read that one. 6VNU790. BD27S05, paper. 8VRW 688, excuse me. C382CO. 8DSV976. 8EOD743. Let's see. 5YAD689. 6UJH350. 5ESU638. 4UBN 598. 44144M2. 17109J1. D4 BD 552. 7GRE 667. 7NHX 025. Hear how the state is amplifying plane activity back here at what is Sultana and C Street, where the state is doing that over the museum, 5ZSY902, but you don't hear any planes approaching. You only hear the plane while it's flying over me. Same thing while I'm at B Street and that was B Street and Plum. You don't hear any plane flying as they're approaching, only while they're flying over the street where I'm at. The state is amplifying plane activity right here, 19553H2. It's targeted audible activity, 64483N2. And by the way, hovering over this intersection where the state is acting like it's taking off perpetually, 14725F3. Let's see, 2FABKA, I can't really see that one. I don't know what that said. 6ZAW035. 7R99219. 8KLS425. 8LXK159. 8UMK688. 7KDP004. AU50KO3, I believe, paper. 8MWV314. 6BWH617. 7SMX433. It is 7:26 p.m. 5SNV679. 8TDR530. 6THL471. 5RTV344. 7UES368. 2919X1. 5XCU810. 7UKY612. 8RRU940. Omnitrans 1302446. Read that one. 8FAF818. 6RXC313, I read that one. 6YVX532, I read that one. 38049J2. 7LUU772. 7MBM079. 7ZEK375. 8PDV137. 8KCB646. AX26. K65. Touching with substantial directed lights, 6JNY901, 7KCJ777, 21054Y2, 8XED776, 8CIB401, 27436C3, 8XED776, and 7BOB329. That is audible activity and directed light. 8MGR046, 5XRH967, 7KYS922, 8CIK554, 5YCG981, 8SFX444, 7XDJ589, 7SWA716, 5GCUs374, 6VKU514, it's 7:28 p.m. 6SER213. 5. I read that one already. 6BAT754. And it is 7:28 p.m. 8EXV352. 7EUG654, 8XFY443, 5HOZ210, WHHHATT. What is prosecution? 8TDD682, 6PTV982, 8A47888, 8JUU279, 7FQF884. Understand what this is on a bigger picture at the macro level. This is maintenance of light activity around the entire perimeter, all right? And the event is the form for what is stalking and engagement in demonic activity by the people. 47D4Y51, 8FEE268, 5XGT814. This is audible activity and directed light under the fake moon, 9MKC6. That's a different looking license plate. 7WPK259. All right, and a license plate 1HBANRO. 8DUC659. What's so funny is that 8RGK471, I believe. 8XJZ656. 8WYW986. And they're all just monitoring on my phone while I document them. 4TGA147. 8KKY391. 126WFS, looks like a fake license plate. 7RKD308. 8SWX321. 4JDV150. 7CTP370, ZFA6BKA, 8VVG428, 6YA2874, 7SQJ111, read that one already, 7SVM561, 7ZUC731, 7UUS950, WOWMRSB, wow, you're a stalker, that's it. 8M85988. Wow, you're pathetic. 8MFV744. 8SBL199. 259YV. 62L3829. 213N85. 4PJW962. 7FKK 794, and this is stalking with activity because I began moving because this group stalker in this vehicle is touching with light. So I'm gonna get that license plate, and that's another one that's stalking with activity, 8UDF 742. Seven 77470. Oh, I can't really see that one. 8BHF 491. 5YSB 291, touching with the state with directed light. 604JZ, handicap. LJL 8328, Texas. SZF. Oh, goodness. 8WHC026. 8PTV 982. 8CBM 678. 8PDW 219. 44Z 486. 8HOJ 229. 5XAR 936. 8XDY 887. 4XTY 469. 8VKG 378. 77898E1. 8VSF 628. 8XQZ 742. 8XPK 026. 8KBU 341. 8TCE, I can't really see the rest of that one. 8KNA 672. They're all driving in directed light right here at this intersection. 7SXW 092. They're driving in directed light. All right, there are a crowd of cars, and it's supposed to be their headlights, and it's not. It's the state's directed light that they are driving in. Demons. 5YGW 508. This is how pathetic they are. It's absolutely pathetic. Do not strive to be like Californians. Californians, many of them, many are going to burn in hell. 4HSX 433. All right, they're engaging in that which is a system which is fully exposed. They're going to be prosecuted, and just so you know, an attorney, they're going to burn in hell. They are pathetic. They are the cockroaches of humanity. TCW 1963. They don't even like themselves. That's why they are stalking someone else. Okay, license plate that includes the Ontario Police Department driving by in a golf cart. 5PSX 934 in directed light. 7AOV 989. Oh, or the Ontario Fire Department as well. 3006283. It is 7:34 p.m. And those are the many demons of California. 7XHC321. All right. Omnitrans, Route 83, a demon on a commercial vehicle. 6MYZ609. 8NQE744. 8764583. 6GKX685. 6VCW639. I'm at Sultana and Nevada, where you're listening to what is train activity. All right, that is Union Pacific providing the form. All right, that's 8RFE422 or 8REF 422, I believe. 5MLY201. 8TSD074. All right, this is State Facilitating Venue, Ontario Fire Department. Stalking with light at this intersection. 8LQH091. 7KYL528. Tow zone towing. Let's see. 7DNE467. 7VFB698. 7WUH939. 8KDW525. 8PKN967. 8VDM949. 8FTP978. 4MVC660. 7SNP212. That's on a microphone. All right. It doesn't even sound natural. The state is engaging in amplifying everything, and they're patrolling in directed light. All right, these are sick. They're sick cockroaches altogether. 8ELX 942. Terrorism, sex offender, kidnapper, stalker. 8 U.S.C. 497. The exact same. The same demonic possession. They are of one mind and they are maintaining presence in this environment. SZF is patrolling. 6TCT 551. 8VCW 614. Directed light as 8VCW 614 turns on to Nocta. This is Nocta and Sultana. All right, a ginormous shadow of a car is in front of that vehicle. All right, where there is no car in front. I mean, there's no explanation for that shadow that appeared on the bushel while I was driving, and it was a ginormous shadow. License 8FPC 973. This is Nocta and Sultana. All right, license plate. Wanting to touch. Let's get this sex offender license plate. 5FNG846. 5R, let me see, 6T86785. 5RHV187. 6SNJ 745. 8XTX 239. Go ahead. And 7JHL 576. The state flying off right here. You hear that? It's taking off right here at Nocta and Sultana. Flying over the fire department where I'm standing. That is a tape of the sound of plane activity. It's the exact same activity heard over the museum where they're flying in a line, they're not taking off. The state was already stalking. The state is patrolling, and then the state engages in stalking with activity, playing its tape of the sound of a plane as they are stalking with activity. I'm crossing the street, so the state presses play on its tape of a plane that is flying over the fire department where I'm at. 5ZSY. I can't really see the rest of that one. And directed light is all covering this venue. This is Ontario Fire Department right here. Driving license plate. 7JZY725. Literally drove out the parking lot to drive in a circle to enter the opposite driveway. All right. That's exactly what that psychopath did inside of B&G Plaza, whose picture I took. That's exactly what he did. That's what the fire department is doing right now. Demon possession. All right. Stalking by plane, stalking with light, stalking together as a pack. That's what demons do. License plate 8UKV084. And by demons, by what I mean by demons, that's what they do, meaning demons act as a group. All right. They're not strong. They're weak. They're timid. They're pathetic. All right. They're also very fearful. They find strength in numbers. License plate 6YFW249, as illusory as that is. All right, a whole bunch of weaklings does not make one strong unit. My documentation establishes that. It is 7:39 p.m. and that is the state facilitating venue of the Ontario Fire Department, engaging in federal stalking, and the state is flying over the Ontario Fire Department. Hovering over the entire, I took images of that as well, while you're listening to what is the tape of the sound of a plane. 8SNU611, 7HHS281, 7ANT807, 7TQL290. They are all in directed light. Whew, they're sick. They're sick people. 7PLK676 is really pathetic because the entirety of the jig is up. The jig is up. So it's literally like being caught with your pants down and you just try to just act like you haven't been caught. That's what the demons are doing. It's pathetic. BM2587, I believe that's a paper plate. License plate 7SNP212. Can I see that one? 8T40289 and 8BJX827. That's light activity by 8T40289. 8BGJ349. All right, so I want to be clear. That is City of Ontario is the state actor, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, all of them engaging in this act of terrorism as I'm documenting it. 7KWE806, W325BO, and that is criminal facilitation of that activity as well, okay? While they're engaging in what is terrorism, because they're demons that are engaging in this demented system together. W325BO, 6GZV418. 8 UPV 695. All right, and you've got another group stalker that is maintaining presence in the path. So it's the same entity, turning on their hazards. That's how they maintain that peculiarized light. 8KVK 425. 6TX 2916. 8 UVH 575, 5 VIS 459, 7K BP 402. Let's see, 6SKY 494, 8H 43175, and this is at 504 Sultana Court. License plate 8UKV084. 8 ARD 381 78134B2, 6WHH 975, BTT 1871, 8 VBJ 094, 8 JTA 734, 7 UUT 7, I can't really see that one. 8 BTG 348, BE23M67 paper. 77543S2, BLPA 694, 5ZRY 666, 4YHU 189, 8JHX 768, 6WRG 582, 1469 501. Fire Department 7 DIY 482, I believe, 5 WMD 374, 7 EMS 183, 7 ZTY 8. Can't see the rest of that one. 7 EMS 183 is loitering in relevant position. 8 EJ B005, 8 RBG 986, 21368 K2, 8 SME 207, 7 JPA 335. 4 WDW 392. This is audible activity and directed light and relevant positioning. That is license 69ELKE 6TDN219. Omnitrans is crossing path, monitoring to that activity. They're on Holt Boulevard going west. It is 7:44 p.m. License plates. Jamie's license, bonded insurance, license 84830T2. License BS79V91, 6FON938. (493472), 7ZQB155, 8P81970, 8FKA351, 7CAE908, 02900S1, BNYZTXY, I believe, 8LVY825. That's plane activity 763238 flying right here over this street, Sultana and Holt. 5UPL281, not over the fire department anymore, okay? As I advance forward, that's where the planes are advancing. 8TRL201, 7UES368, 8MPY178, 8TQM329, and that's how you know that they're all stalking as well. EKPLMP, demon. 8UFW381, demon. Psychopath, sex offender, kidnapper. All right? Following in directed light, following in airplanes, and following as an entity. All of them. Psychopaths. Okay, losers. There ain't nothing cool about these Californians. They're psychos. They're stalkers. Obviously have nothing else better to do. The shadow around that vehicle is moving. What a loot. It is pathetic. Anyway, the many demons of California, okay? Demons that do not like themselves, engaging in unprecedented criminal activity with the government to be prosecuted in a manner that they have never fathomed. 6ACS 840. They've never fathomed it. And so, like I said, I took pictures of the state hovering over that Ontario Fire Department. As I continue walking down Sultana, state's not flying over that fire department anymore. State is flying right here over me where I am at, where the directed light is at, where these minions are patrolling past me, all right? They're acting together. 8 TED 555. stalker. All right, 8NBL308, stalker. All right, this is 7TFT313, stalker. License. You hear that? Stalker. Let me give you the license plate of the stalker. 5V25318, stalker. Surrounded by directed light. Stalker with no defense. Okay? None. License 7JP8335, stalker. License 5GRX563, stalker. 8802-682, stalker. License 8B34338, stalkers. The Ontario Fire Department, stalkers. The state is flying over your venue. All right, directed light all around outside of your venue. The fake moon over your venue. You're a stalker. You are a stalker. It is 7:47 p.m. and that is the maintenance of that environment at nightfall. Directed light all over the place, right? While they're patrolling. And what is this supposed to be? This is some event. Like I told you this morning, it is a gathering of demons, and they're engaging in nothing but targeting conduct while having zero form. The form is supposed to be an event. They don't have any form. They're engaging in the same exact system, 6FON938, and that's the loser that is Satan. That's the loser that is Satan. How pathetic is that? Break that down and think about it. That's a loser. That's pathetic. You're also a loser because I've broken your system down, 6PVE323, and stripped it down to what it is, and it's a bunch of stalkers. 8XDZ739. 6CYT216 who need to be prosecuted and have that record of engaging in that stalking by entity. That needs to be known as a matter of record and affecting every aspect of their life. 8ETR901, 8N96182, 8PUA236. That's what needs to be known, and that's what justice requires, because you don't stalk with the government and that goes unresolved. Oh, no. That's not what we're doing. 9RACRX. License 7SKW408, 8RQE197. It is 7:48 p.m. Ontario Town Square Townhomes is a facilitating venue. The state is not hovering over 280 North Lemon Apartments, not over the museum, not over B&G Plaza, not over the library. Okay, not over Wells Fargo, not over Ontario Town Square, right here over the Ontario Town Square Townhomes, where I am. Hovering at this location where I am, not hovering over there and acting like they're taking off over there, taking off right here. Playing the same tape, in other words. 8ETR901, in case I didn't read that one. All of them molesting with directed light. Paper. BE70ROO, 8SZG162. All right, that's molestation with audible activity. That's attributed to AAA. They're over here monitoring and engaging in sexual violence and terrorism with the state. 11912S2, I believe. Ontario Fire Department. Yeah, that's AAA license 11912S2. All right? Monitoring with the state. In directed light, under the fake moon. Yeah. License. Let's see. It is 7:50 p.m. 6PGB564. 7RTJ693. 77543S2. That's done. I think I got that one already. $7MWZ. Oh, I can't really see that one. License plate 7EGJ752, 8JIF023, 6KZM298, 5EKC261, 6ZHG723, BU67, L10 paper, 6HGP 691, 6PTV 982. Ontario Police, being the stalkers and demon-possessed stalkers that they are, in directed light. All right, I'm at the intersection of Ontario Town Square townhomes where, let's see, 8FPN 668, I can't really see that one, where the state is aiming its directed light and concentrating its plane activity and concentrating presence. The people are patrolling. All right, and that is patrolling around the perimeter. And that is the entirety of that venue. And so with regard to my documentation as I published, I have provided a sample of how you prosecute and also prosecute monitoring, okay, because it's beyond that isolated venue that I'm documenting it. 7GSF, I can't really see that one, hold on. 8BMZ 659, 7ZNC 116, let's see, 7WLN 849, BLQ LUV. All right, all of them molesting. As I'm at that intersection, the state is molesting with directed light. All right, vibrant directed light, just like you see on that brick wall while I'm standing at the intersection where 150 East Holt is, and the state is stalking by plane and helicopter flying over the health building, not over the Ontario Town Square, all right, hovering over the health building. That's where the state is aiming its light on that brick wall where I show you my shadow at a distance, multiple shadows, ginormous sizes of cars, which is not headlights hitting at that distance. All right, a flashlight wouldn't even hit that distance, and their headlights would not hit that distance. And it is also not going to create a magnified size of me, multiple shadows of me, nor magnified size shadows of moving trees and moving vehicles. That's what the state's doing with directed light. That's what the state was doing on my person while I stood at that intersection. So all these third parties, they're all engaging in sexual violence together. All of them engaging in sexual violence together. And this is to be understand, these are the demons of Route 66. There's nothing cool about that event. They're the demon-possessed gathering together to engage in absolutely satanic, ritualistic stalking. All right? That's the reality. All right? It is 7:53 p.m. And that's documenting Route 66 and the entirety of that event and what it's about and what they're engaging in. It's an act of terrorism, Route 66. Okay? License plate 6LXE 963. It is 7:53 p.m. All right, this is the state flying over here next to me at the B&G Plaza. Right here over the Andy's Burgers where I'm at, okay? Not on the opposite side, hovering over the Ontario Town Square townhomes. Not over the Ontario Fire Department while I'm standing right there next to the Ontario Fire Department. Not on the opposite side at B Street and, B Street and Plum while I'm standing on the opposite side of the Ontario Town Square townhome apartments. Right here where I'm at. While this one wants to touch 6KPU100, a sex offender, a psychopath, a stalker, okay? It is 7:58 p.m. All right, that's the stalking conduct of the people while the state is stalking in airplanes. This is demonic coordinated activity. Terrorism. 6RGZ629. It is 7:58 p.m. Mission Furniture off of 635 North Euclid Avenue, using that commercial vehicle to engage in federal stalking and monitoring demonic activity. 8XL B441. 5ETY487, 7WNT86. I can't really see that one. Let's scratch that one. Let me get this one right here. Coming into the B&G Plaza at 7:58 p.m. License plate 8RIT601. All right, and touching all over my body with light, all right, with the state with directed light. Multiple shadows of that vehicle while they drive by, and I have multiple shadows around my car. That's a sex offender. They're touching, all right? It is 7:59 p.m. And understand, all of them are sex offenders. I'm documenting one at a time as they are acting collectively, all right? You're going to deal with all of these demons in that forum. You're going to deal with all of them, but you take them one at a time. You chop one head off at a time. License 7ELH047, 7UUS762, 8FPA873, 6TUL361, 8UEN097, 8TBG153, 8VWZ496. The same sex offender, the same stalker, okay? 6YZR343, 8KTW699, 94504U2, 8WLX907, 7LOT351, BE44T71 paper, 8XFN493, 4YDN866, 7W09, I can't really see that one. All right, it's the same stalker, the same sex offender, because you're talking about an entity. It's group conduct. So the only difference is the face, the specific name, the same actor, the same exact actor. They are the same sex offender. They are the same stalker. All right, engaging in coordinated conduct, demons that are acting collectively. All right. 8 FPA 873 at third party facilitating venue, Andy's Burgers. Indirected light, crossing path, license plate, 6EDX 396. All right, directed light, just like in the morning, or not even in the morning, just like with directed light during the day, where the state is engaging in aiming directed light to the side of their vehicles or behind or in front of their vehicles, the state is creating light while they are crossing path across Brian's Automotive, while their headlights are facing forward, but light in a shadow is appearing beside them. It's the same exact conduct. They're demented stalkers. 6HRF 852. License 6J QV 957. This demented conduct, this weird environment that doesn't even make any sense, all right? It's irreconcilable light activity serving that criminal demonic system, is speaking to the mindset, the psychopath. They are as demented in the mind as the environment is. Okay, 8UEN097. 6PVE381. JST-JT92. Center ICE arena monitoring at Transit, okay? And the fake moon is over here, back at this back street of Transit and Plum, and not over the Ontario Town Square, not over the Ontario Fire Department anymore. It's right over here, just like the state is flying over here, all right? Just like the directed light is over here, which it shouldn't be anywhere because it's not natural light activity. 7GSF949, Satan, maintaining presence. All right, and let me get this one. This is Satan that wanted to speed around the block, so let me document them. Satan wants to be recognized, license 6JKM984. It's 8:02 p.m. All right, group stalking in the parking garage of 150 East Holt. They're maintaining presence in the path. It's a psychopath stalker, 7YJT427. License plate. Understand, same Satan, all right? Different license plate, 7TGY471. Same exact Satan, different license plate. (62804C3) 7BGP 985. 69051P1. 7NKW 585. 7RZU 820, 7ZNE 170, 7LUX 714. Directed light, crossing path, 8GMD 191, 8AMN 134. And while that group stalker is touching, engaging in terrorism, group stalker leaning on 4PAZ 266, monitoring with them. At least he's leaning on that vehicle. And in operation of a communication device, 6GRJ 180. 7VXE 776, 49798D3, 8TWF 312, 7DLV 478, 8CLE 372, 8VNB 809, 7KAN 543. All right, they're demons patrolling together, 36219 G2. It's not separate, they're the same actor patrolling and in directed light as well. Let's see, license 75479N1, 41571D3. It is 8:04 p.m. Um, 8LGV961. 7HCJ649. 6TZD019. 6XLC491. 8AKG384. 8AZ, hold on. 8AZ7 or ZZ? 8AZZ374, I guess. 8GFU493. 8PGS385. 84603D1. 7DVM 7U, excuse me, VM 418. 8HLJ241. Omnitrans 6U56715. All right, license. G1WOP95. Can't really see that one. 8LGS209. 05171U2. 8SZH253. That's audible activity. Signage in the street creates light activity. The people maintaining traffic and light activity in the street of Euclid, that's amplified audible activity, and those are demons, by the way. All right, it's not cool Route 66 stuff. They're ordinary stalking conduct, and this is demonic. All right, license 8EHW244. Audible activity. 8URT013. That says E. No, it says I heart SEWN. I heart sewing. She hearts stalking as well. All right. It is. Let me see who has the signage in the street. City of Ontario, or is it the Ontario Police Department? This is license plate. This is 82936G1. The license plate of the. Hold on, let me get this one. 1592077. That's the signage. They're creating light activity in the street. 7CVN492. 7TWG739. And they are also creating that loud crashing noise and that light activity that they are creating. That is also the same ones whose license plate I just read, using the same demons fleeing on a construction vehicle. Oh, Satan is so pathetic. I want to get these group stalkers that are in the parking lot of 150 East Holt, as those demons flee after molesting with light. All right, which, by the way, on a construction vehicle is not reaching backwards to touch me on the sidewalk of the museum. That's the state's directed light as they are crossing paths. So you're supposed to assume, oh, they're headlight. No, that's the state, and they're sex offenders. And these sex offenders are monitoring with them, so I'll get their license plate. 5YTC110, 8 BRW035, 6 UBT069, 7MZR966, 7RYY669, 40680S1, 8EXV352, 13101M1. 4SWH311, 8XDF688, 6HUH515, and 8FJG 970, 8B18005, 8AJX025, 8WIH386, 6HOD182, and it is 8:10 p.m. All right, I document that and just showing you another sample of what is the ongoing environment, and there is absolutely no form. Holding an event at Ontario Town Square is engaging in terrorism on a massive scale and criminal facilitation. There is nothing that is in any way eliminating that unnatural environment, and that unnatural environment exists because criminal activity by the demon possessed is underway, which is terrorism. And so, in other words, you have what is terrorism facilitated by the Ontario Town Square, a state facilitating venue. I believe that is a vessel of the City of Ontario. You have what is terrorism underway, which is a threat to the very life, while the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, for example, City of Ontario, heavily documented, not only engaging in stalking, but kidnapping. You're talking about what is the malice with which the demon-possessed engage in their non-existent form. When you're understanding the system, all right, and you're looking at what is that environment, and I'm letting you know what the environment is perpetually, and you want to act like you're having an event and it's any different, and it's not. Those are demons. That's what demons do, all right? And it is wicked at its core. This is Satan. That is what satanic activity is, and I just documented hundreds of demons, all right? That's what I documented, and you want to break that down, the raw of the raw is that I just documented hundreds of demons revealing the demon possessed, okay? It is 8:12 p.m. and that is P.O.C. It is 10:22 p.m. That is the state sounding sirens. And again, like the state plays a tape of the sound of a plane, plays a tape of the sound of a train, engaging in what is amplification of the sound of sirens, and has been doing so for a prolonged period, engaging with stalking with activity, using that method of audible activity. And I did capture what was video of Union Pacific engaging in the P.O.C. under the fake moon, which is now over me at the Ontario Museum of History and Art. And that video that I captured at 10:08 p.m. This is how long the state has been engaging in using its sirens intermittently. There is no emergency, and the state is not going anywhere. The ongoing environment is maintained. I am underneath what is the fake moon at this third-party facilitating venue, and the state is stalking using sirens. The Ontario Fire Department as what you're hearing now, which is the sound of amplified, reverberating sirens around the perimeter, starting and stopping and starting and stopping, and also stalking with that method of audible activity. It's 10:23 p.m. Okay, it's P.O.C. and that is federal stalking by the state, using the state vehicles for engagement in what is terrorism, while they are listening to me breathe at the museum, while they are going absolutely nowhere, while they are engaging in what is the demonic and demented conduct of stalking someone, using their emergency vehicles to do so. All right, that's P.O.C. It's 10:23 p.m. (10:25 p.m.)
State utilizing sirens again, 10:25 p.m.